Tihei mauri ora te mana tino nei rohe, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. E ka mana, e ka reo, e ka hau e whā, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I acknowledge mana whenua of this rohe. I acknowledge all authorities, voices and those of us from the Four Winds. Welcome to all the members of the public present and anyone watching the live stream. Welcome to the media, CEO Graham and her staff and colleagues to the meeting of the Community Service on Tuesday the 12th, the second day of Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori. We have a number of public forum speakers, but before that I'll just do a wee opening karakia timataka. Tutawa mai ruka, tutawa mai raro, tutawa mai roto, tutawa mai waho ki a tau te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa. Haumi e, hui e, taiki e. Kia ora everyone. As I said, welcome speakers to the public forum, and the first of those is Eleanor Doig, Chair of the South Dunedin Community Network, to speak to the library and South Dunedin future work. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to kōrero. Yep.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have a quick word, hopefully, today with you. I've got 4 things I'd like to say, and the first thing is I want to introduce our new manager, Jenny Rudd, who will speak to you for about 30 seconds about her glory.
Kia ora koutou, Jenny Rudd, as Eleanor pointed out. I am new at the South Dunedin Community Network. I've been there for about 6 weeks now. My background is I worked at Otago Polytechnic in the College of Community and Social Wellbeing for the past 16 years, where I was a principal lecturer and program manager, and before that Strengthening Families Coordinator in Dunedin, and with a background in social work and community work. Very passionate and excited to be in the South Dunedin community and beginning this mahi, and which has been going on for some years before me, of course, but really looking forward to the projects and the focus. I'm particularly passionate about the water issues that we're facing, the library, and the relationship that we have with the community through our hub. So, little brief history, and look forward to getting to know you all more.
Aren't we lucky? What a find. So, secondly, I want to give a good cheer about the proposed library plans. A library is so much more than a storage place for books. It's a community gathering place, a warm, clean, attractive place for people to gather, to learn, to have meetings, to participate in a wide variety of activities, all of which build community and a sense of belonging. These are the key goals of the DCC strategic plan, and this library will be a major vehicle for moving towards meeting those goals in South Dunedin. As an example of how this will work, we can point to the ways in which the space provided at 278 King Edward Street, our current rooms, are used by the community. There are currently 39 groups using the space, varying from the Dunedin Baby Wearers group. That's literally they wear their babies, so they provide all sorts of ways that you can carry your baby. To the night shelter, the United Nations, to Scrabble, just a real range of groups. Access to free space is vital in community building, and our new library will provide that into the future. This raises the question of what will happen to the building we're currently in, of course, and our part in the activities which happen there, but we look forward to the respectful and clear conversations to come regarding these questions. This library has been such a long time in the planning, nearly 40 years now. However, and it's time for it to come to fruition. I do, however, need to articulate a resounding grumble from the community folk who spent many hours in 2019 as part of the co-design panel, producing a document outlining the desired features for our library. Since then, there has been one meeting, and after that, nothing. Silence. We have no idea whether all that work is now wasted and what, if anything, is being carried forward. There's been absolutely no communication, and as an exercise in community relations, this has been a failure. We are looking forward to this changing now, though, with Jeanette and Tom Comerford leading a much more open and inclusive process. As an example of how community relations are being done brilliantly, however, we need to look no further than the South Dunedin Future Group. Right from the start, this team has gone about talking with and listening to as many community groups as bureaucratically possible. They know that engaging fully and openly with our community is the only way that we as a city can make the changes we need to make to mitigate the effects of climate change. Our landscape is going to change over the next 20 years, and researching, planning and acting now is absolutely necessary. The approach this team is taking of trying every which way to take the community with them is best practice and utterly sensible if we want to avoid the disruption and litigation experienced in other places. Our community is vulnerable enough already. We have to act now, and South Dunedin Future, as an example of shared mahi between the DCC and ORC, which in itself is a bit miraculous, is leading the way. And talking of leading the way, the network strongly encourages the Council to press urgently ahead with more general climate change mitigation strategies, especially the zero carbon policy, in order to lead the way locally and nationally. We all see the calamitous events overseas and in Auckland. The globe is not warming, it's heating at a scary pace. And as our community leaders, you are charged with acting to protect us and our natural home. As residents of one of the most vulnerable parts of our city, South Dunedin community members need your action and commitment to this mahi. Please don't let anything blind you to the necessity of urgent action now. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you the next network community hui is on October the 18th, and you're welcome to come and eat with us if you'd like. Have you got any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Eleanor, as ever, for your sage comments, and kia ora and welcome, Jenny. Two questions. I take on the grumble and accept that. Have you now been given assurance that you will be party to any further ongoing conversations surrounding the library's development?
Yes, we have. I trust. With the network, we decided right at the beginning that cooperation and collaboration achieves a better outcome, but always on the proviso that if something wasn't going right, we would speak to it. And we have done that in the past, and this is that again. But I trust Jeanette and her team, and I'm very confident that this will go forward much more openly from now on.
Thank you, and you've inadvertently answered my second question, so thank you.
Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming along again. My question actually, Eleanor, goes back to your mentioning of the Veggie Boys building. Obviously, building the community hub library is going to be a part of urban regeneration there. Would you be looking potentially that when we consider that site, we also consider regeneration in that area and basically bringing up maybe some new commercial buildings or something in that area just to keep going with the modernisation and upgrading? Definitely, yeah. One of the key things that people say in the hui is that the main street looks a bit drab. Now, with the new library going in its central position, which is so exciting, everybody is so happy about it, because even walking to the end of that block was going to be a bit tricky for some. So that central location is excellent. But if we can keep regenerating the street and the area without gentrifying it, which is the tricky bit, it would be good. There is an energy in South Dunedin now that is fun to be with, and I mean that about leading the way. I think other councils are looking at what this council is doing in South Dunedin and watching
to see how it works. And I think we've got a really good opportunity to do something magic. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's the end of questions. Thank you so much, Tēnā kōrua. I thank you for your time and energy and for your service and leadership.
Thank you very much.
Next public forum speaker is Ruth Harvey, Co-Director and Strategic Relationships Manager for the Dunedin Fringe Festival.
And my daughter, might I say.
Oh, okay. Speaking on the New Zealand Young Writers Festival. Welcome. You know the drill. 5 minutes to kōrero. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. I'm not Ruth, I'm Kate Schrader, the co-director of the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust. I'll pass over to Ruth in a second. So you're going to hear from staff today during this meeting about performing arts infrastructure in the city and what's needed to support it, and from the community too. We're here to give you context about the venue that we've been managing and the current risk to the future of that space. So hopefully you're aware that Dunedin Fringe has been running the pilot of our performing arts venue at 20 Princes Street since May 2022, is when it opened. Dunedin Fringe has been working in partnership with the DCC since 2021 to convert that space, which is owned by DCC. The venue is called Te Whare o Rukutia. The name was gifted by Puketeraki and Otaka Runaka, and it pays homage to Rukutia, a traditional exponent of kapahaka who was renowned for performing arts. So the space was originally intended to help fill gaps in the performing arts ecosystem left by the loss of the fortune, and to provide a 120-seat venue to support professional theatre. It's fair to say that this has evolved quite considerably into a space that supports development, residencies and rehearsals, live music, festivals, workshops, performance of many types, including slam poetry, some theatre, comedy, circus, cabaret and dance, and a space for community groups such as Pride to convene and more. Since opening, it's become more and more popular, and as of June this year, it was booked for a third of the year and is now nearly fully booked through to December. I'm turning people away every week.
Kia ora, I'm Ruth, the other co-director of the Fringe and Eleanor's daughter. So recent and upcoming Fringe programming that's been happening in Te Whare o Rukutia includes the AMPT Music Project, music mentorship program for high school age young people ready to share their music with the community. So AMPT held 2 workshops and 4 gigs in Te Whare this year. 37 young people from 10 schools participated. 49% of them were female or non-binary, 38% of an ethnicity other than Pākehā, and 32% had participated in AMPT before. We went along, they were amazing. And we note that the live music action and implementation plan is being discussed today and includes numerous goals around family-friendly, alcohol-free, all ages performance and professional development opportunities for musicians. These are things that AMPT has been doing for over 10 years, and we look forward to our AMPT coordinators and alumni being consulted on their experience fostering the next generation of musical talent in Ōtepoti and what opportunities exist to grow and deepen the work that's already happening. Also, we have the 9th New Zealand Young Writers Festival taking place in Te Whare o Rukutia from Thursday the 21st to Sunday the 24th of September. If you haven't seen the space in action, that's a really great opportunity. All 17 events are completely free, and the program can be found online. We have already had 400 ticket bookings, which is nearly as many as we had attending in total last year. So we're well on track to achieve our goal of increasing audience numbers. And our festival guest curator, Jennifer Chook, said this year's festival is all about resisting traditional notions of writing and who writers can be. From podcasting to posters to stand-up comedy, writing is all around us.
Another major project we've been running for about a year is the Community Curators Project, which aims to support Māori and Pasifika artists, youth and people with disabilities to work on creative projects through Te Whare o Rukutia, or utilising Te Whare. Mana Rangatahi is holding their Passion Pitch and Rich event on this Saturday, the 16th of September. Julie Woods, also known as That Blind Woman, is holding another workshop on accessibility in the arts at the end of September. Tanya Williams, manager of Arai Te Uru Marae, is organising a series of workshops in November, and visual artists Mataria Pekapo and Ana Teofilo are undertaking Pasifika artist residencies in the space in October and November. And there's a bunch of other programming coming up as well. We recently had John McGlashan students in the space doing a production of Bystander 9/11. The UniQ annual ball, so UniQ is the OUSA affiliated queer student group. That's coming up too. The Dunedin Writers and Readers Festival, legendary Dunedin band Cloudboy, and then an amazing residency happening in partnership with Puketaraki Runaka with Rachel Rooksdorman and Kathy Livermore, is happening in January 2024.
So over the course of the pilot, we've fundraised almost $500,000, $500,000. Thank you. Approximately 38% of that was tagged for operational expenditure and the other 62% for CapEx. The majority of those funds came from national funders. So the pilot, which again is a partnership between Fringe and the DCC, ends in December of this year. Te Whare o Rukutia, as you've heard, has got significant momentum in the community, even without dedicated marketing and production support. Fringe's involvement in the project is at a crossroads, however. We don't have sufficient operational funding to keep running the venue after the pilot ends in December. The funding landscape has changed dramatically in the last 3 years, as no doubt you know. So at this point, we'll have to consider closing Te Whare o Rukutia's doors, and we very much hope that we can work with council staff and councillors to avoid losing another important venue in this city. So thank you.
And if you have any questions, please, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ruth and Kate, as ever, for being so upbeat, and great to see some of Cloudboy in the back of the room, albeit with less hair. Two questions. It's a two-part question. So firstly, you're here obviously highlighting the strain on operational funding, correct? And secondly, my feeling is you're here also to support the goals and aspirations as laid out in the Live Music Action / implementation plan, correct? Okay. Yeah. So second part of that is, in terms of the first part, the operational funding, I assume you're going to make a strong pitch to the upcoming long-term plan.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we have to give a shout out to Jeanette, who has been very, very supportive as we talk through the reality of our situation, as has numerous councillors, been very supportive of our work. At this point, it's looking likely, at least temporarily, that we might have to close the doors of the venue before we get to that 10-year plan process. So just, flagging that. But closing the doors temporarily doesn't mean forever. So, we understand that we are just one part of a much broader kind of puzzle of what the city is doing with performing arts venues and how they run operationally. So we just want to highlight again that, it's not just about bricks and mortar, it's people who make venues run and facilitate those opportunities for artists and audiences in our communities, and that's really where there needs to be attention.
Thank you. And the final part of my question is, you alluded to the fact that Te Whare o Rukutia has capacity problems, which is a good problem. So therefore, I assume you support the parts of the Live Music Action implementation plan in terms of increasing that capacity throughout the city?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see as that momentum has picked up, particularly over the last 6 months, the breadth of, I mean, we listed off the sorts of bookings that we get. Like, it's not one lane. There's so much need. And if the infrastructure exists and is well supported, then our community will use it enthusiastically. So yes, is the short answer.
As long as that infrastructure is affordable, just to be clear.
Councillor Houlihan.
Kia ora. In an ideal world, obviously, if you had enough money for everything, what do you see as sort of a budget to keep you going for the next, say, 5 years or something? And I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, it'd be going all the time, and we'd have it there. What do you need to keep it running?
I think, well, we talk about this a lot. The things, we alluded to this or mentioned it in our speech, that marketing and production support are things that we're very light on at the moment, and we think for the longevity of the space, those things are critical, at least part-time. What that looks like in terms of a dollar, I actually couldn't say off the top of my head. It really depends on how much activity we're programming in the space and how often it's available to use. Wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair.
Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you for coming in. Always enjoy your presentations. I just wanted to ask you, as you talked about the momentum that developed, over what period of time was that? And the other part to my question is, if you were closing the doors even temporarily, I presume that would disrupt the momentum somewhat. It obviously takes time to build that up, and you talked about the evolution of it. Can you just speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. So it took quite a long time from the inception of the partnership to actually opening the venue. So the venue opened in May 2022. And what are we now, September? So probably the first 6 months was just building those relationships and people trying out the venue. And it's really in the last sort of, six to maybe 8 months that activity has really grown, would you say? So, and it's sort of a network effect in a way, like the more people use the space, the more people are familiar with it, because as we said, we don't have a lot of marketing capacity. So it's all about, who knows that it exists and that it's there to be it.
And would there be an element of post-COVID effect as well, as artists have sort of started to engage again? Would that?
Yes, absolutely. And the other thing is audiences too. I mean, audience behaviour really drastically changed over the course of the pandemic. People become very cautious about booking and, having to cancel and so on and so on. So that's been a big part of our work with Te Whare and all of our other programs, is like rehabilitating audiences and getting them back in the habit.
And I just want to say that, to the point about momentum, like it's been a pretty miraculous thing to get to the point where Te Whare o Rokatia is almost completely booked out for the next quarter of a year without any dedicated marketing staff and support. So I just think, what is the potential if this space is really sufficiently resourced and we can get opportunities to be involved in arts and culture into more hands of people who aren't already utilising that space, don't even know that it exists. So, I think, we've heard that there is a strong need amongst the people who are already identifying as artists and musicians, but Te Whare o Rokatia and Dunedin Fringe's work is also about encouraging people to embrace their creativity when they don't even know that they are artists, they don't even know what they're capable of. So, that's our kaupapa, and that's what we're all about.
Keep up your great work. Thank you.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for your service and thank you for your presentation today. Tēnā koutou colleagues, given that we're going to go over half an hour of a public forum, I'm happy to move that the committee extends public forum. Thank you, Councillor Benson Pope, for seconding. I'm going to put all those in favour, say aye. Any against? Abstentions? Kia ora, that is carried. Welcome to the table, Mr. Dave Bennett from Dunedin Live Music to speak on the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan. Tēnā koe, you have 5 minutes.
Kia ora and good morning, councillors and Mr Mayor. Today I'm going to be speaking on a piece of work that has been a large part of my life and the lives of many others for over 2 years now, the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking the Council for its commitment to the plan thus far and acknowledging the substantial commitment of staff resources that went into the plan. It has been a haul, and thank you for sticking with us. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to the musicians, venue owners, music industry professionals and music lovers of this city who have contributed and supported to the plan massively over those 2 years. The question many of you will be asking is, are we happy with where the plan ended up? And the short answer to that is yes, we are. Does it contain everything we hoped it would? No. Nonetheless, we are willing to stand by the work in this draft and say confidently that we believe it will give the music community and the music scene in Dunedin and associated organisations and businesses a fantastic opportunity to reimagine how Dunedin does live music and a solid starting point on the long road back to doing what the city is known around the world for, and that is creating great music. There's a few things I'd like to draw the council's attention to in the plan. First is the fact that it's not always the council's job to ensure that creative arts happen. That is for the creative community to do. So much of this plan, therefore, is about the council facilitating opportunities for local musicians, business owners, promoters, music organisations to make things happen themselves. Sometimes there is awareness about acknowledging areas where we could do better. But despite our proud music heritage, Dunedin until now has been lagging behind many other cities in Aotearoa, New Zealand, in terms of allowing music to flourish. It's more difficult to use our green spaces to put on events and to confidently meet noise regulations as it is in other cities. Our current resource consent noise management plans are comparatively onerous and are often seen as adversarial by people who would like to put on events in our city. Sorry, I've just lost my place for one moment. This plan will give us the opportunity to review these processes and directly address areas where we can do better. The plan, if actioned fully, would not only help us to catch up to other cities, but it would let us be a leader in terms of having a vibrant city that showcases our live music. Other cities are watching while we've been facing these challenges, because they are facing these challenges as well. And it's our chance to lead the entire country to a better future for music. A key thing for us is planning and regulation. Issues around live music are often assigned to the creative sections of councils, and that makes sense because those are the people who we'd want to work with. But without buy-in from relevant departments across council, important areas like town planning and regulatory processes don't get changed, and we don't go very far. So we're pleased to see that different areas of council are attached to action points within the plan, as working from a whole council position gives us a much greater chance of succeeding. We are super excited to see that acoustic installation provisions have been included in variation 3, but we'd also like to see some more exploration of other options in response to the Styles report that is attached to the plan. We believe it's a good start, but there was a lot of good suggestions in that document, and we think we can continue down that road. The main thing we love about the plan is that it positions music as an ecosystem, from the grassroots up, from pubs and street performance, and as you just heard as well, from youth projects and things like the Whareā Rukatia. It is not one part, it is an entire system that feeds into other parts of that system, and we're happy to see that the plan takes that approach to music, because too often it's seen in isolation. Because it takes all those parts to make the magic happen. Finally, it's been a vibe. Funnily enough, I've grown to love this city even more going through this plan, basically from seeing how the community has reacted to this adversity and how they pull together and how they contribute in a meaningful way. So I look forward to this plan becoming a reality and playing my small part in making this city a better music city into the future. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe. Questions from Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. You mentioned at the start there were some things you'd like to have seen in the plan that aren't there. What are they? You mentioned one of them, I think, during that bit.
Yeah, we're a music advocacy group, so we want the world for music. We want it everywhere. But more seriously, there was several serious recommendations made in the Styles report, which we believe are fantastic ideas. Things like entertainment precincts, other changes to how the city interacts with noise regulation and insulation around that stuff. And we believe that it's a good place to start, upping our broad insulation requirements, but there's a lot more work that can be done in that area.
I agree around the precinct. So if there was a precinct, where would you like to see that precinct put?
Directly on top of the Crown Hotel. Surrounding areas.
Well, you need a bit of a wider area. Is there any more scope?
Well, that whole Rattray Street precinct actually was the previous centre of town and centre of nightlife in this city. It's got history baked into the pavement there, you know, around this stuff. I believe areas like that already are kind of safe little warrens for parts of the music scene that still remain can be built back out and expanded into actual entertainment precincts.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dave, and to everybody else, everybody at SDLM. I've got a couple of questions, but one has just come to mind from Councillor Houlihan's questioning. In terms of the potential entertainment precincts, is it not right that the Styles report very much recommends that any precinct should be at the heart of your city and form part of what they call a hub, so they're close to restaurants, bars, etc., etc.?
Yep, 100%. It is basically a main street idea. Things do better when they're clustered together in a like area, and in the heart of the city is good for accessibility. It means that it's not just live music throughout an area, but many other activities distributed through that area, which create entire de facto entertainment districts already.
Thank you, and I don't want to be the purveyor of gloom and doom, because it's a great update from you, and it's great reading the various papers. But I couldn't help seeing, when I read it, some contradictions between the Styles report and the plan. Did you get that impression at all?
Yep, I would definitely say to a degree. There is definitely wording in the plan that doesn't match up with how we interpret the document. Yeah, so there's also a lot more work that can be done in that area, we believe, in general, of the planning and regulatory. It is at the heart of everything in city planning in terms of music, because it is an activity that does create disruption in its very nature in terms of creating noise. So that's the bones of it all for us there.
Thank you. And the final question is always the terrible one for all of us, is that question of resourcing. There's a lot of recommendations or via the implementation plan, many of which need resourced. So two parts of the question. Are you, like probably some of us, worried some of them won't be? And B, will you come to the long-term plan to make sure those critical areas that you think need resourcing get resourced?
Yep, I'll be there. Arguing for it always. And yeah, resourcing is one of the areas that we aren't as good at as our community engagement and music. We do events and that kind of stuff, so knowing what the plan's exactly going to take or how that process goes about isn't native to us. But we do believe that any investment made in the areas identified in the plan would pay itself back tenfold. I know there's ideas in there around creating a position within council to ensure delivery of that plan. We believe that is crucial. Accountability is number one with these processes, especially considering the attitude of the music community toward the council when we started this project. There's been a lot of buy-in from then, and I believe a lot of them feel like they've forgiven a lot from the council and given them another shot, so that accountability in that process is absolute. Also, other things in there like the Music Advisory Board would require resourcing as well. Those are things that allow music to have a voice in many other decisions within council in areas that will affect music. And that sounds, it may sound like an extra thing added on there for nothing, but this is where we got to this problem now, is by too many things being decided without taking into account the broader scope of the city and the activities that happen within the city. And that creates the situation we ended up in.
Thank you. Councillor Gary, followed by Councillor Benton Pope.
Kia ora, Dave, and thank you for all of those reflections. I think you've almost answered my question, but I'll ask it anyway, and that is, are you going to stay engaged, and the others that have been closely involved in this advocacy, are you going to stay engaged into the future to see this through?
I might take a wee break for a minute. But yeah, 100%. When we started this journey, shortly into it, we decided this was probably going to be the rest of our lives to some extent or another in this city. So we plan to stay engaged and fight for live music from now until I'm too old to do so.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, thank you for your presentations. While I understand that your prime focus is live music, and thank you for that, you'll also be aware that on our agenda today there's another issue we're grappling with around performing spaces, theatre, music. Without second-guessing your view, do you want to make any comment about the interchangeability or flexibility of such a space, should we ever make up our mind to build one, wherever it might be?
Yeah, I believe that there is definitely crossover in between live music and theatre and other performing arts and the spaces that they can occupy. That being said, each of them does have specific requirements. So that overlap can happen up to a point, but after that there is separate areas required for each of those activities. But I do believe any investment from the council into arts, theatre, or dance, or any facility that can hold any of these activities broadly helps all the other activities at the same time. But it doesn't solve specific problems we're facing, specifically around things like touring acts and stuff like that. If a theatre is, a touring theatre group requires a place that has a certain amount of infrastructure for a theatre thing, that may be completely different to a music touring concert or a dance performance. So yeah, there is overlap, but it's not absolute.
Thank you. Tēnā koe, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Thank you, and to you and your rōpū for your ongoing mahi. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And finally, we have Mr. Ross Johnson, Marty Roberts, Peter King, and Ms. Karen Elliott from Stage South. Kia ora for your patience. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou. I'm Ross Johnston, a member of the Stage South Board, with the individuals already introduced, and Karen somewhere. As you know, in late 2018, the Council commissioned a study from Charcoal Blue to examine what the optimal arrangements for the future of professional theatre should be. In June, we introduced you to a performing arts centre that had recently been built on the Kapiti coast, Ti Raukura ki Kapiti. We also undertook further investigations into the centre. So the three of us spent a morning with the project's instigator and the current manager. It turned out to be a very informative morning. As a result, we think that an almost physically identical centre could easily be built in Dunedin at a cost the city can afford. The building as it is pretty much a perfect fit with the space requirements stated in your original brief for Charcoal Blue. You'll find that comparison in the written interim report that we'll supply you with in a minute. This video, taken during our visit, will give you some idea of what it's like. Not there?
Can we wait for a signal, please? Can we pause?
Can we pause and go back to the top?
This is your problem, not ours.
Thanks, Marty.
Back to the top.
Just roll it back a bit. To the beginning. Thank you.
That's it.
Got no sound.
Goodbye. No sound. Try again. No sound.
Still no sound.
It's on mute.
Try now. That's muted. Unmuted. Should we try again? Don't want wide. Don't want wide headphones.
Uh, This is the atrium used for numerous other events. It seems to be not playing properly, but you'll get the general gist. And upstairs to the atrium, which gives you greater space for mingling, and it's breaking up. Whoa. Ten in the cubicles in the women's toilet, no queue out the door. And air conditioning and storage and bar and backstage and lighting and sound box and rehearsal rooms. Now, not the video that I created. I'm sorry, it's a bit of a mess there. And all created for $12 million in 2020. We want you to seriously consider a new build. A purpose-built art centre. In fact, this very centre with a few modifications. You're faced with making a crucial decision for the future of the performing arts in our city. So we think it's important for you to have options, comparisons, alternatives to consider. To be able to do that, we need your help to bring you a better developed plan and appropriate current costings. To make this complex work, using almost exactly the same building layout, the functions of some of the spaces need to be altered. That requires architectural input, which the original architects are happy to supply. It's essential to establish the current cost of that slightly altered building and to get updated costs for theatrical fittings. We need to investigate possible locations in Dunedin where this 2,000 square metre structure could be built, and then bring all that information back to you in a final report. To date, we've financed this inquiry ourselves and have been happy to do so. But now we need some monetary assistance, not, I hasten to add, for us personally. We're requesting a credit line from the DCC of up to $10,000. We may not use it all, but we want to get you expert, verifiable information. We'd also like to report back to you around the same time as the Dunedin Theatre Network's report so that you have all options together on the table to consider. We believe we can provide you with plans for an affordable, purpose-built, professional performing arts centre for use by the whole community. It could be the treasure of Dunedin. Thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
From a professional arts point of view, what concerns do you have if we went ahead with the Theatre Network proposal?
We're always compromised in this discussion because we don't like to stand in the way of theatre colleagues. Obviously, we've never had any trouble with the council supporting either the Playhouse or the Globe. It's the place where we began, most of us. And they are they've served the city really well. Athenium is a bit of a problem in the sense that we haven't ever been able... You have a problem in a sense, because at least in the original plan, I don't know what the new plan will be, you were faced with operational costs of $1 million a year and the fitting of the building. So that was something that you would have to work out. The Mayfair is always a problem for us because the acoustics for non-reproduced sound are appalling.
Thank you. One of the problems with the Fortune was the constant, upkeep of the facilities. How do you propose, if a new build went ahead, there'd obviously be overheads to run that? Any ideas on how that model would be better, to fix that problem? Because otherwise we could have the same problem again.
Yeah, new builds obviously reduce the problem of ongoing maintenance, and that's certainly been the case in Kapiti, but it's an interesting question and a question we will ask the individuals at Kapiti because I'd be interested in their upkeep costs.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ross, this is great. We've seen this before, of course, and your video was, even though it was a bit staticky, certainly did justice to obviously what the facility is all about. When you talk about affordability or an affordable build, what are you meaning by affordable?
17.2 million, I think, was put aside in the 10-year plan. And obviously there is some money that will be accessible from other sources. And we've identified some of those in the interim plan that we'll give you in a moment. Affordable. In many cases, these sorts of structures cost at least twice as much. Okay, this is just, we're gobsmacked by what they've been able to achieve and what they've been able to build for a very basic cost. Number of reasons for that, which I'll probably I'll put in the final report. But in fact, they've managed to achieve something which we just look at with wonder, to say, how the hell did you do that? Which were some of the questions that we put to the individuals the morning we were there. We've got a fairly good idea of how they got there now, but we think it can be replicated.
And that 70.2 million, does that include the land?
No, it doesn't. And that's also an investigation. They were lucky because they could put it on what was Ministry of Education land, because it's associated with the school in Kapiti.
One last question, Madam Chair, is when we again talk about affordability and how to fund these things, what about the operational costs, the operational side of things? Is it something that can self-fund once it's up and running, or is it still going to need external funding?
It's difficult to answer in the sense that when I looked at the Charcoal Blue report, it was obviously so expensive that nobody in their right mind would want to use the facility that had been provided. They've boiled it down to one manager, and that makes really good sense in terms of running the whole establishment, and have seemed to have done that very successfully. Will it stand on its own feet? No. There are all the investigations that we need to do before we come back to you with a final report.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gary, and then Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Sir Johnson. I'm just I want a little bit of clarification, because you have presented the same project before in detail, and we've probably asked the same questions. The difference this time is you've asked for money, that's one difference, but I'm just wondering, in terms of the presentation, what's the difference now?
The difference is that we went there and saw it. We walked through it. We actually worked out what they were doing and why and how they managed to achieve it. So that gave us the impetus to both come back and say in an interim report, look, this is what we've discovered, but now we need to discover more if you're going to have good, solid information to make a decision upon.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vandervis?
You've said that the acoustics for non-amplified performance in the Mayfair is appalling. How is this structure significantly different acoustically, apart from the rake, to the Mayfair?
This building has acoustic engineers who actually worked on it, and so it's actually designed for spoken word. Which means that you can actually, we were actually, me, with hearing aids at the back of the auditorium listening to these two having a conversation on stage. The Mayfair is a converted cinema. It is designed in a very different time, and therefore it would need a massive amount of work to get even a spoken word hitting the back of the auditorium successfully. So acoustic engineering is the key, 21st century technology.
My next question is, who would use this theatre, since the demise of the Fortune has seen much of the talent that used to run the Fortune now living elsewhere in the country?
The stage has a sprung floor, as does the rehearsal room. Therefore, small ballet companies use it consistently. The smaller ballet company, for example, out of the National Ballet, use it consistently. In fact, they use it before they do their work in Wellington. I went to Christchurch recently to see an Indian ink production called Dirty Work. It won't come to Dunedin. As, in fact, a whole range of productions up and down the country don't come to Dunedin. We're a little black hole. They go to Christchurch, they go to Invercargill, they do not come here, and they do not come here because they don't have a theatre which is economic for them. Okay? If you've got a production of more than about 5 people, you need an audience size of 350 to 400 to make it work. It's a basic financial return on the amount of money that you've got going out. So we've got a good space, as you've heard, apologies, for smaller, I've worked in that theatre. It's a great theatre for a small audience, 100, 120, great. Anything above that, you're not going to bring to Dunedin because you don't have a location for it. And you think, talk to Jacob Rajan, he won't bring anything to the Mayfair, all right? It's not on his, he's done it once, not going to repeat. And there are tens, 20, 30 productions every year that might come here if there in fact was a location that they could use.
And a lot of us are still here doing stuff.
So your answer to who is going to use it is basically travelling shows, and you say the reason a lot of them are not coming currently is because it's not economic. Is that, apart from the venue, also largely because Dunedin has the lowest disposable income of any city in the country?
No, what was interesting when you look at the one of the interesting statistics out of the Fortune Theatre was that 20% of the population went through the door in any one year. Correct? Right. 20. Now that's actually really high. So we have an audience who wants it but aren't getting it. What was that?
It's actually 17 to 20,000 visits per year at the Fortune, even in 2017. So we had a large percentage of the population going to the Fortune. This new theatre would accommodate community theatre. it would accommodate local professional theatre, and it would accommodate in the black box, it would accommodate music. It's a true community theatre, which is allowed for in the report from Charcoal Blue that you commissioned in 2018. If you have a look at the comparisons, it answers all those questions.
In addition, there are, 3 professional companies in the city who may well want to use it for shows that were appropriate for that particular location.
Thank you. Final question from Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you said about the Kapiti Theatre, you came to understand how they managed to do what they did. Can you elaborate a little on that, please?
I think Tony, who is the key driver of that project, had a very strong hand on cost management. And I think it was clear that what he set out to do, he achieved because he maintained a very kind of strong hold on where the money was to be spent and keeping those costs down and having buy-in from the community. We're not just talking about one source of income, we're talking about multiple sponsorship deals that were put in place to help. So that's the achievement side of it. You can build without blowing out budgets. Yeah. Just to say that I think in Hamilton we've seen a theatre project there start at 70 million and blow out, council-led, if I may say so. Here is an example of a community-led project that helps bring a project to an affordable level. Not 70 million, but maybe 20.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your commitment, and kia kaha for everything going forward, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Kia ora. Kia ora to all the public forum speakers. Thank you. We'll move to item number 3, apologies. I move that the committee accepts the apology from Councillor Barker. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. Item 4, confirmation of the agenda. I'm very happy to move that the committee confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Is there a seconder? Councillor Benson Pope, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Alteration? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to declarations of interest, item number 5. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes to the... Okay, yes.
Could we please add property owner to my declarations of interest?
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so I move that the committee A, amends the elected members' interests register, and B, amends the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 6, confirmation of minutes. 6.1, the Community Services Committee meeting of 9th of May. Everyone's happy with it? Okay, so I'll move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held on 9th of May 2023 as a correct record. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for seconding. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Kia ora, that motion is carried. Minutes of committees. Grant Subcommittee, 10th of May 2023. I think I was there. I move that the committee notes the minutes of the grant subcommittee meeting held on 10th of May 2023. Thank you, Councillor Ackland, for seconding. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. Part A reports. Item number 8. Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme. Ms Jeanette Wikaira will answer questions in relation to the Forward Work Programme. Are there any questions? Awesome. So I'll move that the committee notes the Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme for September 2023. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Houlihan. I'm going to put the motion. Oh, would anyone like to speak to it? I'm going to put it then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 9, Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan, Ōtepoti Live Map. So, this report provides a summary of the background, rationale and steps taken in the development of the draft plan, options to the adoption of the Music Action Plan and next steps. The Ōtepoti Live Map Action and Implementation Plan is for the committee's noting. Welcome Ms Wikaira, Ms Wilkie and Dr Kiwene Doig, who will speak to the report. Do you wish to preface the discussion with any comments?
No comments, I'll just take questions, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. A precinct was talked about in the obviously the public forum. Is that something that can be looked at, you know, or added into the plan? Is there any chance of that?
So that I think in the implementation plan, it's sort of an ongoing discussion with planning, and it's certainly not something that we have done any work on, but it is something that the community felt very strongly should be in the plan.
Yeah, thank you. A number of questions. I'm sure I'll have a few more afterwards as well. Just in terms of the question previously from Councillor Houlihan, are the potential for entertainment precincts contingent on decisions that will be made in Variation 3, or could it be a separate process?
Do we know? As I understand, it's a separate process. Yeah. As we understand, it's a separate process.
And we're not clear what that is, but I mean, that doesn't have to be answered now. Okay. And I guess and the second question relates to a question I asked in the public forum around resourcing, and I ask this in the context of the fact that a lot of stuff on the implementation plan has scope and consider, develop, or even develop. Again, is that in terms of resourcing? I assume some of that can be done internally from existing budgets, but are a lot of those contingent on decisions we may make as a collective at the 10-year plan process?
So one of the things that we've tried really hard to do with this plan is ensure that a lot of work can be done in existing budget and with existing staff, because there's a lot that remains to be done to kind of scope out and explore work. And there's a lot that's already underway that we were able to get underway quite quickly, early on in the process. And where it has been identified in the implementation plan that it will require some additional resource, that obviously will be decisions of council. Some of that will possibly come as part of this 10-year plan, but some of it is a long way off. And some of that work, the work that the Live Music Action Plan sets out, is a pathway to a a series of decisions over a long period of time, some of which could happen earlier, many of which have to happen at various periods once first decisions are made.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, that's clear. And my next two questions, and excuse me if they're slightly awkward, because, and I'll say that this is fantastic stuff here, and I appreciate the work of staff. It's excellent. And again, it goes back to a question in the public forum about my reading. I had to read this thing twice around the contradictions between the plan and some things in the Styles report. And forgive me because I wrote them down. So in the Styles report, it suggests we are not doing great and suggests planning changes that could allow for vibrancy. I think that was clear. But the music plan seems to state that the Styles report states that the 2GP supports the vibrancy of the CBD. Is that my correct reading? Or am I reading too much into it? It's just that contradiction that Styles identifies one thing that we're not doing, but the plan suggests we are doing it. I'll give you another example. The 2GP requires noise-sensitive activities to incorporate appropriate acoustic insulation, but then it acknowledges that these are relatively modest. And I ask that in the context of, say, the Crown, would relatively modest be enough? So I know that's a horrible question. You'd feel free to not answer it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Walker. I do know that with regards, we spoke at considerable length with planning with regards to this. They peer-reviewed the Styles report, and in terms of insulation, for example, that can't be enforced retrospectively. So that's something that for any development that has already had approval to go into the Crown, you can't retrospectively require that it has a higher level of insulation than is already in the district plan.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Thank you for that answer. And I've got more, but I'll let somebody else have some questions.
Thank you. My question, I've asked this before around semis, but I'm not sure we've got any further to, and I'm just wondering, so we can progress that, are we able to get an update on where things are at, what cost it will be to fix it, and, you know, just to have it workable so people could even walk in? Is there anything we could get around that? Is that possible?
So the next report after this provides that update, and Anna and I will present that report, and any questions that you have around SAMIs could be directed at that point.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 49, number 31, you talk about regularly reviewing and updating the plan. I'm just wondering if we have like a time frame on that so that it's dated, so that it doesn't date, I guess, and doesn't drop off a review process.
I think the intention is to review it annually. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, in terms of the action plan, we talk about some of the things you talk about, like increasing access to live music for all, and you use the example like of Polyfest and things like that. So my understanding, and I'm involved in the grants review, that when we actually look at the grants that we're currently giving, that we are actually supporting a lot of live music already in the city. So, and the action point on that is likely to require additional financial resources. And I just think, you know, when you look at actually what we're doing, you're thinking that needs to be more resourced. That's the intention.
I think the grants review gives us an opportunity to also think strategically around, you know, how we're supporting the city and in what areas. And so I think that's the opportunity perhaps here that it mentions in a very general way, so as not to go into all the detail, because that review is still underway.
Which also obviously picks up with DVML in terms of that funding that's in that as well. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Gosh, surprised there's not more people asking questions. Those of us who sit around RMA are very cognizant of, obviously, the term reverse sensitivity, and I was really encouraged that your investigations looked to the Auckland Unitary Plan, it looked at Melbourne, it looked at San Fran, and it looked at Queenstown. I presume if this is to progress And those people, of course, put the onus on the agents of change, I think was the thing that came to mind. So those people who want to change in a protected area, the onus is on them to mitigate noise. I presume if we do move forward with those, we're going to take advantage of those real-world examples where, where experientially we can follow the lead. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We've looked, like as you've mentioned, the work across the council has been to look really solidly elsewhere and to draw from best practice and what's worked and what hasn't worked elsewhere. And so, yes.
Further to that, when you looked at those examples, because it doesn't mention it in the papers, did those municipalities or parts of the world, did they have, as we have suggested, having an advisory group that's actually led by a paid person whose full-time job it is to drive that? Is that something that came to the fore or not?
Well, from the examples, especially I guess across Australia, there are instances, it differs. Some are led by by specific staff that are employed to do things. Some are more task force led, and in a similar way to council now, sort of actually drawing on the expertise across council to kind of pull together a group of people, which is basically what we've done in the organisation, is pull people together so that we know that the left hand and the right hand are actually understanding each other and supporting this particular piece of work. Yeah.
Thank you. And the final question, sorry, I will stop. I'm just going back to the public forum in which Mr. Bennett presented, and I was encouraged to hear him state that he feels our role as a council is as facilitator. And I think he's been on public record as stating that a lot of this, if we move forward, will be now down to the music community to drive many of the elements within the plan. Is that your take?
No, that is correct. And we've, the team across council has worked really hard with this community, but also to help the community to understand that we don't have all the answers to everything, and we're not an endless, we don't have endless amounts of money to support. And partly that's why it's taken so long. COVID and staff leaving has also been part of that, but also just developing a relationship with the community where we understand the levers that we can pull and what we can't, and that some of this is part of community-led work, and we're here to enable. That's part of the conversations that have been had endlessly around the table. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's a great segue into my question, which is around reflecting on the process. Obviously, time was important, to have enough time to work through it, but in the relationship building, you've clearly turned it from sort of an adversarial situation to, this is how I see it, correct me if I'm wrong, to a situation where all parties are talking productively and constructively and pretty much on the same page, not entirely, but what are the learnings that you and the staff team have got from that in terms of working in that way?
I think it's an important part of the work is building relationships and partnerships, and that always comes first. It would be true to say that it's working with the music community hasn't been easy, and we've come we've come a long way in that relationship, and across council. So it's not just us. There's the planning team, there's the economic development team. There's lots of different teams that have been involved in this process, and one of the important things which I just mentioned was the community understanding that there's lots of us in this organisation, and there's lots of touch points for the community to make. But bringing everybody in the organisation together around the table with the community has been a big part in kind of mutual understanding in developing the plan.
So would it be fair to say that with many groups in the community that there's a lack of understanding of the aspects of the work we do, whether it be regulatory or whatever? Would that be a fair comment in this regard?
I think that is a fair comment. I think we are not as good as we could be at communicating to the community what we do and what we don't do. And also there are parts, I think, to the organisation, and this particular piece of work was a good example of that, where they perhaps aren't in these kind of community building roles. And so bringing them into the mix and kind of sharing with those teams, this is how we do it, this is how we develop relationship, this is how we build conversation, I think was a helpful process for everybody as well.
Thank you. And my final question is around the challenge of a sector getting one voice, which is pretty impossible, really. And would it be fair to say that there's many voices within the music sector as there are in the performing arts sector, and no one voice necessarily has the answers? Would that be a fair reflection from your experience?
That is a fair reflection. We were very conscious, and so were the Save Dunedin Live Music representatives, that they were representing their people and they were an advocacy group. And we, which is also part of the reason why it took a wee bit longer, staff did ensure that we went wider than that particular group, that others in the community were also consulted and brought into the, their voices were also brought into the mix as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have another question, and just to indicate, I'm more than happy to move the recommendation when we get to that point. Just in talking of those recommendations, one of the recommendations is to, if we proceed, is to produce and design a public-facing version of the plan. What's the? I mean, what's sort of the goal? I generally know the goals, but maybe just state that. And what will this be? A relatively small, accessible, user-friendly piece of kit?
Yes, it will.
Simple answer. Awesome.
That's the end of questions. Thank you so much. Councillor Walker's indicated his willingness to move the motion recommendations on pages 43 and 44 of our order paper. And the seconder is, I'll put Councillor Gary, because I keep mispronouncing her surname. All right, speakers to the motion.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think I'll take my allotted 10 minutes, and that's probably because this is really, really good work that has emanated from not only our council, but also from the great work of the Save Dunedin Live Music Group. And let's not forget where this all started. It started with a lot of anger and a lot of distrust. So I think everyone needs to be, who's been involved with this, needs a big pat on the back. And also remember, wherever we land, it won't be perfect, because we are dealing with the music community stroke artistic community, and the very reason they're experts in their field is because they artistically disagree on many things. But I think thanking all those staff and all those involved is really pertinent. I'm sure we'll all do that. I'm generally supportive of all of the plan, but you'll have probably picked up during my questioning in the public forum, I still have a couple of areas where I have some issues, but I'll speak to those in a moment. And I don't think anybody around this table will object to the vast majority of the priorities listed in the implementation plan. Who wouldn't want a thriving music and entertainment scene in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, the entertainment capital of New Zealand, go figure, Wellington, and who wouldn't want a vibrant, exciting and progressive city hub close to bars, restaurants, cafe, clubs, all near where you work, with great access by foot, by car, by whatever you want to get there on, and public transport. I know I do. I'm the audience referred to throughout this document, and I'm really glad they refer to the audience. And I want to see all those things, and I want more of them, actually. Not just because I'm selfish and I love music and arts, but I also want to support the 2,500 people employed in arts and culture in that sector in this city. And I'm also more than happy to be part of the community that contributes $250 million per year towards our GDP by supporting the arts and live music. The Otapoti Live Music Action Plan and the implementation plan and all the other attachments actually highlight the problems and posit many of the potential solutions. Many are fairly obvious. Some are gleaned from experience elsewhere, and together they form, I think, an excellent suite of potential and exciting solutions for our city. The introduction to the plan states, let's be bold. I'd go further actually and say we need to be bold. We need to grab this opportunity now, because if we don't, we let down a music community in this city crying out for help, actually. And if we aren't bold with this well thought out suite of ideas, we'll likely be responsible for creating yet another plan that, while well intentioned, sits on a shelf and gathers dust and eventually dies. Let's commit here today as a council not to let these plans wither on the vine. Regarding the couple of issues I talked about earlier, there are two concerns for me. Firstly, are we equipped to resource the large amount and number of items in the implementation plan that are listed as scope and consider, develop, or to be done? And are we able to resource what I see as a vital component, the music advisor position? I hope so, as this will likely be key in driving many of the key suggestions that are contained and are central to the plan. And secondly, how do we action one of the most crucial elements as recommended in the Styles report, which is an excellent read, I presume we've all read it, regarding the creation of one or more entertainment precincts where live music is prioritised over residential land use and thus is protected from reverse sensitivity. Overlays are useful in achieving this, as highlighted by their use in Queenstown. And of course, the report highlights Auckland's unitary plan, which provides a clear expectation for the burden of acoustic mitigation to lie with the noise-sensitive activity in zones where entertainment activities are expected and provided for. It's clear that we need entertainment precincts. So the question today is, do we as a council have the political will to make this happen? I certainly know I do. Thank you.
Thank Gary, sorry.
You're right the first time, Madam Chair. Thank you. And look, I found this to be really exciting reading. Last night at the 30th Polyfest celebration, which was truly wonderful, and if you haven't been, colleagues, please do go. The Honourable Opito Williams-Seo said in his very inspiring speech that when arts and culture thrive, the city thrives. And I couldn't agree more. And I believe it's the soul of the city. And it was during COVID times that I think we really did understand how much we missed live music and that opportunity. It's been pointed out in the report that it's an interconnected ecosystem, and I think we're very clear about that. We're clear about the contribution that arts and culture generally makes to the city, 247 million to GDP, and music is part of that. So the context for me is that I'm a bit of an events organiser, and I always commit to having live music at any events that I organise. For me, in this city, as a student many, many years ago, those experiences range from split ends the height of their fame. Carol King, the Regent, more recently organising an event for a graduation, a 4-piece jazz band. Nadia Reid playing at a 21st. And the big events of Elton John and Ed Sheeran, which were a delight, to more intimate venues, the Hanover Hall for jazz, which is a particular favourite of mine, to DSO at the Town Hall. For my 26-year-old, it's gigs at the Crown and other interesting venues. So there are a variety of music gigs in the city, a variety of artists from traditional to contemporary, and a variety of venues. And I compliment the advocacy group, and I particularly want to mention Dave Bennett and Dr. Fairley Gilmore, and there were others too, who have worked with us and to the staff team for the way in which you have worked together. It's never easy to do this mahi, but we've taken our time, and I think that has been critical to getting the success that we have. So compliments to you all. I was pleased to see addressed in the plan the matter of the DVML venue access, that is an element of the plan. And I was reflecting as I came to work yesterday around the building of apartments on the corner of the Octagon and hoping that they are suitably insulated so that people who are living in them embrace the live music in the centre of our city. So I can very easily support this plan. The work is thorough, and I look forward and urge you all to commit to the motion as it is written, because it gives us a very positive and detailed way forward.
Kia ora, Councillor Mayhem, followed by Councillor Houlihan and Mr Mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As Councillor Walker said, we do need to be bold. We need to plan for noise. That's what Otipoti is famous for, that Dunedin sound. It's heartening to see a new venue, new, be taken over as a 500-strong venue, and Holly Smith set to play in October. I've always believed that, and I will continue to advocate, that the arts are a vehicle for well-being. We heard from the Fringe group this morning about the Amped Music Project and the number of bookings that they have for the theatre space all the way through to December, including the famous Dunedin band Cloud Boy, which I'm very much looking forward to. A well-looked-after community is a thriving and happy and healthy community. As Dave Bennett said today, this music plan is a solid starting point for the road back to what our city is known for, creating great music. I'd like to see it easier for us to put on music in green spaces, as he mentioned, and you know that I have always advocated for the Octagon to be a space and a place for us to display, advocate, enhance and celebrate all of our incredible cultural and artistic members of our wonderful community. The plan addresses areas where we can do better, and I'm happy to see that we are taking a stance through planning with leniency towards noise control issues. As Dave mentioned, other cities are watching us. We are going to lead the country to a better place for music, and that is around our town planning and our regulatory department of the council. We spent $10,000 on the Styles report, and that's a good start. I'm really looking forward to the long-term plan and how we'll continue to advocate and resource this, for that's the most important part of the Live Music Action Plan. And as Mr Bennett said, any investment is going to pay itself back tenfold. I feel very privileged to be sitting here in a position of decision making, and I think, as Councillor Walker also mentioned, I am one of those members of the audience. I'm looking forward to what our report will say about the Sammy's venue, and I also look forward to our relationship and partnership in building a stronger community for the arts, culture and music for Dunedin. I also look forward to the public-facing version of the plan so that people can unpack what is in the Styles report, so we've got a user-friendly document. Thank you everyone, especially staff, in the long journey that we've taken on this with the Live Music Action Plan group, and I particularly want to note the work of Dave and Everly in working with Council on this. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you to my colleagues for their passion for this, because it is a passionate subject. And also I want to thank Jeanette Waikara and her staff for their work on this plan. And especially I want to thank David Bennett, who has been there from the start. He has came to see us. He has made sure that his voice has been heard. And I have to say, and it's a bit of a corny thing that gets said every now and then, but there is some truth to it, is that out of something bad, often something good comes. And what we've seen here is, first of all, it was Sammy's, then it was the dog with two tails, then the crown, and then everybody started getting worried. And boy, did we hear from our music scene. So while music might have felt like it was a bit dead for a bit in Dunedin, it certainly wasn't, because they all came to our annual plan in numbers we've never seen before. And they came and they called and they said, "Save Dunedin music." And that grew and grew momentum, because nobody wanted our music scene here in Otipoti, Dunedin, to die, because we have such a reputation all around the world, actually, for the Dunedin scene. Like Councillor Mayhem said, and she's correct, you know, I grew up with it as well, and I've been to many of these venues and heard many nights with bands. Now I've got children, I hardly see any, but you know, I think it's something worth saving, and it's something that is part of our ethos of our whole city. And what I hope is that, like Councillor Walker said, I think for me one of the biggest things is to secure a precinct that's an area in our city that we can say is music will take priority in this area. And what that does, it gives a message to the people who might live in that area that if you buy or live here, that you have to know music will take precedence, so that then there's some security for bands and for cafe bar owners, that they know that they can have live music playing and not be at risk of getting closed down, because it's happened too much and people have got scared. We need to take away that fear and let people be able to play music and go and listen and you know, enjoy music. That's what it's there for. Our city needs to be buzzing, and I fully support this plan. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I very much support this plan, and in particular because it's been developed with the music community, and obviously in reaction to the parlous state that we found ourselves in, but and of the obvious need for more venues and something to be done about the noise situation. So this plan is not so much bold, but it's about implementation and enabling more live music to happen. And so it fits its title of being an action plan, because my expectation is we'll see a lot more action from the live music sector in Dunedin. But obviously there are also still areas to be worked out, and it's good that it will be revisited on a regular basis. And my expectation is that it will be reasonably straightforward to have an advisory group in position and providing feedback to the plan on an ongoing basis, and that will inevitably lead to some entertainment precincts, one at least, but perhaps a few in the city, that will increase the vibrancy of the inner city. And I think that's something that we all around the table look forward to, and certainly the residents of this city certainly do. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Walker?
Yes, I will have one. I was going to say something that you know what I was going to say. I'm not going to say it. Yeah, so thank you for those people who spoke. And as I mentioned in my opening speech, I put out the challenge, do we as a council have the political will to make this happen? And I'm sensing from the replies that we do, actually. Councillor Gary, although you and I have extremely different music tastes, it was, you're right, exciting reading. And she and the Minister are correct. When arts and culture thrive, cities thrive. And let's not hold back, actually. Arts and culture are absolutely essential to all of our four well-beings, the well-beings that we embrace as a council. Councillor Mayhem, no disagreement with anything you said, although I do still, thank you for mentioning Cloudboy, I still feel slightly guilty for publicly outing a member of said group for his receding hairline, a bit rich coming from me, eh? Councillor Houlihan, thankfully I don't have children, actually, and I get out way too much. Although at age 57 it's getting a wee bit harder to stage dive. I embarrassingly did that 2 years ago at a Die 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 concert, and my wife hasn't let me forget, nor has my crook ankle. But she does, Councillor Houlihan correctly highlights what is obvious, as I stated earlier, that the overriding need via the planning processes for standalone entertainment precincts, and I don't think any of us will disagree on that. And Mr Mayor, just a wee bit of caution about, you used the word straightforward. I think we should caution a wee bit around that. I don't think any of this will be straightforward, actually. And I think we should just, it's incumbent on us to drive what we can from our end. And as Mr Bennett clearly pointed out, and I know he's called out to the music community to make sure that they're central to making sure that they don't let us forget what we are doing here today, and that they are an integral part of driving those parts of the implementation plan that are the most important. Thank you, and I look forward to a unanimous vote.
Tēnā koe. So we are voting on the resolution that the committee A, adopts the Otepoti Live Music Action Plan 2023, B, delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer to incorporate minor editorial amendments, C, notes the Otepoti Live Map Implementation Action Plan 2023-24, attachment B, and D, notes that the next steps include 1, design and production of a public-facing version of the Otepoti Live Map, 2, a further report seeking direction from Council on the range and scope of the Otepoti Live Map investment options as part of the 10-year plan 2024 to 34 considerations, and 3, giving effect to the Otepoti Live Map 2023-24. I'm going to put the motion.
Division, please.
Oh, okay. Division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso. Declared carried 13-1.
Kia ora. Item 10, Performing Arts Venue Update Report. This report provides an update on the performing arts venue, including the Dunedin Theatre Network, Playhouse Theatre, Athenaeum Theatre and the Mayfair Theatre, 65 Crawford Street, Dunedin Sammy's, 231 Stewart Street, Dunedin, formerly The Fortune, and 20 Princes Street. Te whare o Rukutia. Ms. Kaira and Ms. Nelson, welcome. Do you wish to preface questions with any comments?
No, we're happy to take questions, thank you.
Kia ora. Questions? Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor O'Malley, followed by Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you for the challenges presented again. Is anyone in any position to give us an update on the discussions around the black box venue elsewhere?
What I can say, Councillor, is that plans are now well advanced in terms of looking at the design and seeing what can be accommodated on the stadium site, and it will be at a point within the next maybe 2 months of go, no go for the development.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep.
That is, of course, then subject to coming back for consideration by council. So that would be the concept and the ability for someone to be prepared to build it. But at this stage, there is still council still has to consider whether it wishes to have any funding of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have two sets of questions at different parts. So the first one's around the start, around points 12 through 15, and sort of when council ring-fenced effectively the performing arts theatre money, or the because there was actually, as we were getting nearer to make a decision on the actual building, there was a clear division back in the performing community that hadn't been clarified. And then point 15 is that then a roundtable arts group was performed, and out of that came the Dunedin Theatre Networks. But of course we've had a public presentation today with again another set of objectives which they're not compatible with each other. It's going to have to be an either or. So do we have any mechanism to get past this? Because I just see us getting to the same point again. I don't even know if you can answer that really. That's almost for us, but I kind of feel in my question, if we can't resolve a singular position, we're going to be back in the same place. So I guess to the Chief Executive maybe, if we can't resolve a fixed position and the 17 million is sitting there in the budget, is there a point where we have to make a decision whether we're going to actually let it go because we can't come to a single place?
Yes.
It's nice and succinct. And now I'll move on to basically 65 Crawford Street and 231 Stewart Street, so the Sammys and Fortune buildings. And I'm going to start actually with the announcement, point 52, the announcement of the paper of Eric's in the new building. If that, has it been confirmed that it has a fire rating to be able to take 500 people? Do we know that it can take 500?
Sorry, I can answer that. Not currently, but we have met with the owners yesterday and we're working on a plan, or they're working on a plan, sorry.
Oh, thank you. So therefore we'll get a clarity on that when that's finished, one way or the other?
I'm not sure it'll come to council as such, but I say the owners are currently working through what they are wanting and what the requirements are from a regulatory point of view and what they're wanting to put in place there.
What I would say is what we're trying to do is take that joined up approach to try and be as enabling as we can be to deliver, because we know what a good outcome is, but we've still got a regulatory framework that we have to abide by.
Yeah, thank you. And when I said we'll know, I meant a collective we as opposed to the council. It will become public knowledge. And the relevance of that is when you go back to Sammy's and the 500 capacity venue. Sammy's has got clearly structural problems and asbestos issues. If the new facility like Eric's becomes a 500s venue, then we'll be looking at potentially 2 in the city, of which one is particularly full of asbestos and not easy to walk into. Would that be the point maybe where we would have to make a decision on that? And if we would decide that we couldn't save Sammy's, even though I'm an advocate for trying to save it at the moment, how would we deal with it?
Yeah. These are just all decisions that are going to have to be considered in the round, and so I think we don't know yet. We don't know about what the capacity of Eric's will end up being, And once we know that, that will help. But then council will also need to consider whether it wishes a venue like that to be entirely in private control. If you're looking to have a 500-seat facility that is not council controlled, there's always a risk that the use changes.
Great, thank you. Just, Madam Chair, also, I'm going to have to leave at 5 to 12 for 15 minutes, so if I step up and walk out, it's just that. Thanks.
Councillor Walker, followed by Councillor Houlihan and Councillor Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure there's points at which staff want to take the fifth. Two questions. It goes back to the heart of what Councillor O'Malley was asking around, I guess, division in the theatre community and the impasse we're at now. And my question would be, and like most of you have read this multiple times, and as I pointed out before, the most telling part of this is the appendices, where we get input from those people who know that community. Would it be a fair analysis that there's a lot of concern in the appendices here over the potential effects specifically on professional theatre?
Yes, that's true.
In terms of the public forum today from Stage South, and it's a process question, where they asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, for we'd all like a 10k credit line from council. I'd like one. What is, and probably for the chief, what is the process that surrounds a request like that?
Without understanding exactly what they would want to use that money for, there are grants processes where they could potentially have asked for money, or otherwise it's an annual plan or long-term plan matter.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan, followed by Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. My concern is if we vote on this today, does it approve?
It's just noting.
It's just for noting, so that's what I want to clarify, is if we just note this, does that doesn't rule out a purpose-built professional theatre, is that the case?
Absolutely. This is just staff pulling together all the information about all the various discussions into a consolidated format so councillors can see it and start to grapple with the issues.
And I agree. It's really disappointing that this issue has become quite
Questions
divided.
only, Councillor.
Sorry?
Questions only. We're not in debate.
Oh, yes, I realise that. I was getting to a question. But so, how is there any way in the discussions in the consultation that are you seeing perhaps if, as we mentioned before, it was mentioned before around Eric's and other venues that are popping up, and obviously a potential black box, that we could have a solution for the music side of it, do you think, and that might help solve some of this division? Is that, are you thinking that from the consultation you've done, or, oh, it's too tricky, isn't it? It is tricky, sorry.
I'll jump in. Councillors, you know on the agenda, or maybe the next paper or the paper after that, it's looking at pre-engagement for the 10-year plan. Now it might be, and Leanne is going to shoot me a look maybe, but it might be that you decide trying to grapple with this in pre-engagement is something you want to do, to see if we can start to work through whether or not we can at least have two positions to put to you rather than the multitude that there seems to be at the minute.
Time frame, how quickly could we get a quote and an idea of exactly what it would cost to have semis in a position where people could actually just walk into it?
So this has been canvassed before.
But we haven't had an answer yet.
Yeah, because it's part of the work program, so I think it's an unfair question today. It is in the work program. We have had workshops on it.
So is it that we don't know it? We can't say a date. Is that then the case? Or, I mean, give an indication. We can't do that. She can. I think she can. That's why I asked.
Just to clarify, are you looking to get a quote to develop a structural strengthening scheme and to deal with the asbestos in the building? Because those are the two items we've identified. It won't address some of the other issues associated with the building.
Just to make it that it's safe to enter.
If for the purpose of this discussion we quantify that as structural assessment and structural strengthening scheme and dealing to the asbestos. I could get a quote for that work potentially in the next month.
But that's what, and that you get the quote for the work to remediate the asbestos in and of itself is not insignificant. That's a significant cost, and so until it's a bit of chicken and egg, until we have an understanding of what we might want to use the building for, council needs to think really carefully how much money it wants to spend on it.
But we can't decide that until we know what cost it will cost. So it's a catch-22.
But what Ms Nielsen is saying is that all she will be bringing back a cost for is something that will enable physical access to the building, which is nothing at all about future use, so it's not the real costs.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
This is a question for someone. It might be the Chief Executive or it might be the presenters, but we heard earlier from Mr Bennett that there are some synergies between a music venue and theatre. We've got this problem, haven't we, where we're going in circles again, and there's been mention in the context of performing arts of music venue, and we're not actually approaching any clarity about what it is we want. And it's my view that we should build a purpose-built new theatre primarily for performing arts. And what else we have for music is another matter. I'm wondering if you think the Chief Executive's suggestion that we try to flesh this out as part of an early engagement process around the LTP might be the way to go, because this is about the third time we've been able to come to a position that's making any progress. Who would like to say anything?
If you would like us to consult with the community on what they want, then that is entirely possible. But again, it requires a decision of council.
I do wonder that we put that off to the pre-engagement report, because it might, a topic like this might be something that council genuinely wants to try and nut out in advance of the key meetings in December and January, because it will have potentially reasonably significant budget implications across both OPEX and CAPEX, so some clarity might be useful.
Well, thank you. I'll make some further comment when we get to the recommendations.
That's the end of questions. All right, are we ready to proceed with the... You're moving? You're moving that the committee notes the performance? Oh, okay. Right. Okay, thank you, Councillor Ackland. No, Councillor Ackland will. And seconder? Councillor Benson-Pope. Speaks to the motion. All right. Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Benson-Pope speaking, and Councillor O'Malley and Mr Mayor. Is that right? We're just noting.
No, should I start? Yep.
Yes.
So we're in debate now, right?
Yeah.
So firstly, I want to say I 100% agree with Councillor Benson-Pope. This has gone on too long, and as decision makers, I know it's hard, but the truth is we've got money put aside for a venue. We've got to do something about it. It's now up to us to do the hard stuff, because that's our job and we've got to make a decision. We cannot leave this sitting here for so long without any decision, and it is difficult. But what I will say is my preference is for what Councillor Benson-Pope said before, is for a professional built new build of a theatre, and definitely the design that's been described here by the professional theatre practitioners is something I think we should seriously consider. And the reason I say that, well, one, I have a theatre degree myself, so I suppose I'm a bit biased to theatre, but two is that when you've got a strong professional theatre, amateur and other theatre practitioner things come from that. And if your theatre practitioners, the professional theatre practitioners are strong, they will stay in our city and we'll have a lot more work coming from that. Right now we don't have that. We did have certainly a reasonably strong arts community around the Fortune. The Fortune wasn't a great building for access, but we could have a really strong theatre because we've got the money aside. We need to make a decision. What has happened? Things have got clouded with the whole music debate. Now we've decided on a music plan for music in our city, and one of the big things is the precinct, which if that goes ahead, that will make big changes. But I think now we have to say, okay, we've done that. We have to focus on theatre because this money was put aside because the Fortune Theatre closed down and our city was left without a professional theatre. Now, today or at some stage in the very near future, we have to make a decision to move forward on this. And I hope we make a decision to build a professional theatre in our city. Of course, that comes with problems too. We've got to find some land, and I don't know where that's going to be. But I also believe we've consulted so much on this that people have got over consultation, and they're sick of it. They've heard enough, they've consulted every time, and they're saying, what are you doing? You don't seem like you're listening. Make a decision. The public want us to make a decision. I want us to make a decision, and I think all of us here want a decision made. We've got to do it.
Kia ora, Councillor Benson-Pope, followed by Councillor O'Malley.
I think we're embarrassed by a surfeit of riches, funnily enough, in that we have other small theatre groups, and both those involved with the Athenaeum and the Playhouse and the Mayfair all have seen an opportunity here, and that's confused us. And on top of that, there's a whole layer of confusion or lack of clarity anyway about what music needs and what we're talking about. And I think it's really important that we focus on performing arts and what's in this report. I sense a general majority around the table who think that a purpose-built new theatre is inevitably the way to go, and I think we need to bite the bullet and get on with making a decision or not about that. And I think I don't think an amendment is necessary to this motion, but I'm giving notice and I'm going to raise it again when we get to the other later report about early engagement, so that we can actually get on the table, discussed with the community, a process that will help us to make a decision about a performing arts venue, not a for everything venue, but a performing arts venue that may have other uses from time to time, but is predominantly for live theatre and of the size that we do not have.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also going to foreshadow that I'll be getting up and leaving as soon as I speak, so I won't be voting. But I don't think that's an issue because we're just noting. The first part is it is with the theatre spend and the performing arts venue. We are at a place, I think we're coming back and find ourselves in exactly the same place we were in the past. So my feedback to the theatre community is if we get to that space, then we will make a decision next time. And I guess half of you are going to be upset because there's going to be no option, because the other alternative is we just don't do it. So that's, I think, what's facing us, and as has been alluded to already, I think we'll just discuss that in the pre-consultation items in the other meeting. And then the other one is we have two buildings that have performed a very important role in the culture of Dunedin in the past. So 231 Stewart Street, The Fortune, and 65 Crawford Street, Sammy's. And in both cases, if we go forward with this theatre spend, then The Fortune is potentially being replaced by another building, either new or refurbished. And now with the appearance of Eric's on the scene, the requirement for a 500 standing venue for live music may also now be provided with a new building, which then we have to turn around and face the fact that we've got two old buildings that have particularly large challenges associated with them, and what are we going to do with them? And I guess looking forward to going just through this, I will be following Eric's development with interest, because if it is in fact able to meet what is the missing hole that was Sammy's, then it will completely change the whole approach we have to take to providing our component. And I am a great component, Chief Executive, of not actually being council-led, just council helped. But we'll have to make a decision on these buildings as well, going into the next year or two as well. I'd like to see that their future resolved one way or another in the next 18 months if we can. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you for this report, which gives us a bit of further information about the venues that we have. I think council has in general been led astray by the extravagant options of charcoal blue, and stymied in general by the high cost of doing anything with the old venues and the difficult and competing decision about which to choose. So the company information is a beacon of hope in this discourse, and so I suggest that we take a look at, and I think that's enough at this stage.
Kia ora. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak, but just in response to Councillor Benson Pope, I think he's spot on actually, and I like him since the beginnings of a direction here, and he is right that there's a lack of clarity, and the focus, I believe, needs to be on professional theatre, and the plethora of information, while absolutely well-intentioned, actually, and no reason why some of the things in here on some of the facilities cannot be done, and if we have the will to do that, have thrown us somewhat awry. And I guess my worry is that it shouldn't see us in some way sleepwalking into making a decision or throwing away the opportunity for a wonderful, new, bespoke, mid-sized professional theatre in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of points. Today we're simply noting a report. It's the Performing Arts Venue Update, and this has been part of a long journey, starting with Charcoal Blue, which provided a lot of rich information. It wasn't the panacea, but it certainly provided a lot of rich information that has been built on. Our decision making will come at the time of the LTP, and in the meantime, yes, there are a lot of options, and what we need is accurate, and I stress accurate, information, and I don't think we can assume anything about venues that are popping up in the media. I think we have to do a lot more research about that. So let's not assume, let's make sure we get the facts, have all of the elements when we come to making the decisions at the LTP. The problem we have is, as in the music sector, many voices. There isn't one single voice in the performing arts sector, and that's not to diminish any of the voices, but there are many, and they have not managed to come together. We have not managed to wrangle them together as a group. The challenge I would make to the performing arts sector is the risk, the big risk that you may face is the possibility of losing that 17.1 million. And I would certainly fight against that. I would challenge us not to do that, but I just say to the performing arts community, that is what you risk if you cannot come as one voice. I personally would like to see a new bespoke mid-sized theatre. I think that's what the city needs. I don't think it's as simple as was presented to us today, frankly, but again, we need facts. And I also would like to see us ensure the life of some of our older buildings and venues as well. That has budgetary issues, and we will have to make hard choices. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But at the end of this, I'll be making my decisions when we come to LTP based on the evidence that is presented, and I think we're very close to getting that. And there are some elements that are new since we last faced this decision. So this is very simple today. We're simply noting it, and thank the staff for their work to provide this report.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you, speakers. Right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I didn't speak at the start is because really this is just a report for noting, but there's certainly been a lot of variation in the comments made since that. It is quite clear that there's confusion, if that makes sense, between live music and the performing arts, or theatres and gig spaces. And I think that we need to really focus in on, well, just what is the difference? The key thing from what I can see and from a lot of speakers have said is that the old venues that we've got that are not doing justice to the theatre work that's required for either professional theatre or community theatre, that needs to be addressed. And it looks like there's no one venue that is leading the way in terms of having a whole lot of investment put into it, which then takes us to, is a rebuild the right thing? When we talk about a rebuild, where is it going to go? And are we able to make it multifunctional to the extent that both professional theatre and community theatre can make the best of it? It's been not just mentioned today in the public forum, but also I've heard it numerous times from, shall I say, relations in the industry, that Dunedin is seen as a joke. When you look at theatres and facilities around the country for a show that started off in Dunedin and toured around just recently, but mainly around the South Island, the facilities that were available in places like Nelson and Blenheim and Ashburton and so on just left us for dead. And as the person telling me this said, it was embarrassing. And then the next part of the tour was Timaru, Oamaru, and then Invercargill, no Dunedin. And so, you know, that was, and that particular show was sort of a cross between theatre and live music. And you do get those, shall we say, hybrid types of shows that do happen. So I think where we've got to go with this is, in my view, just responding to the comments that have been made, that the live music is something that we need to support, but I think when it comes to the facilities, they need to be private facilities or commercial facilities that you know, that various acts, bands, whatever it might be, are able to utilise as their performance space, just like used to happen in the 70s, 80s and even 90s. But when it comes to the theatre side of things, if we're going to do anything, we've got to do it right. And it seems to me that we've been presented with an option that we could look into further today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Ackland. So the motion is that the committee notes the Performing Arts Venue Update Report. It's been moved by Councillor Ackland, seconded by Councillor Benson Pope. Going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. And next we have item 11, the Public Art Update. And thanks to staff advice, it's my intention to adjourn after lunch. Adjourn for lunch. And then we'll finish the meeting after lunch. Welcome Mr. McCracken and Ms. Wikaida, anō. Are there any prefacing comments you wish to make ahead of questions?
Tēnā koutou. No, I'm happy to, I'm happy just to answer questions.
Questions, colleagues? Must be hungry. I'm very happy to move. Councillor Benson Pope.
Sorry, a question. And I'm familiar with the process and the amount that's budgeted annually. Is there anything in the wings currently, or are we not really chasing public art ideas as assiduously as we might?
Yeah, we're we're about to embark on that process.
Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, thank you. Am I able to ask, will we be taking a focus on representation of mana whenua so that we portray the city in a much more iwi hapu friendly way? We have one wonderful piece of artwork in the Octagon and some new designs on George Street that reflect mana whenua, but I think we could go a long way to do this better. So will we be able to focus what our public artwork will be in that space?
Yeah, that will be part of our thinking. When we did this work initially, we went to the community, or the community in the engagement process. We discussed a vast range of outcomes with regard to public art, so that it didn't just go down one track all the time. You didn't get the same work over and over again. And the first project certainly represents, mana whenua in the city. There's no reason why future projects won't do that as well.
Councillor Vandervis.
Is there any intention to do anything with the 5 metre high Rexona bottle that's been in storage at the art gallery for many years now?
That's not currently in the thinking, no.
Any other questions? Yeah?
I'm happy to see
Okay. You can move.
Oh, no.
All right. Tēnā kōrua. Thank you. So Councillor Mayhem is moving that the committee notes the public update report. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Mr Mayor. Any discussion? Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, of course. I believe that the arts are an incredible vehicle for well-being, a sense of belonging, ownership. We know that public art makes people feel like they belong in our beautiful city, and I would love to see more open spaces reflect the vibrancy and our commitment to a wonderful and inclusive, accessible city for everybody. Kia ora.
Any? You speak?
No, I very much approve the installation of public art, and I think I agree with Councillor Mayhem that it does improve the sense of well-being that we have in our city, and it's wonderful to walk around our city streets and see quite a diverse range of stuff out there, but there's certainly scope for more. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan and then Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Oh, there's bound to be people who will complain about money being spent on art. But what I will say is, and actually I really love the comment that Councillor Walker made earlier, that when the arts are thriving, a city is thriving. And it is, when you go visit a city and it's got art around it and it has music and it has theatre, it is buzzing. And you go away thinking, wow, whenever I visit Wellington and its arts festival, I come away going, oh, that city is just so amazing. And you feel good in the city. It affects the way you feel, and it instantly gives you a good impression of the city. In my opinion, art is not a waste of money. Spending money on art and having art around our city is a fantastic thing to do, so I fully support this. And I think, as a city, we're privileged to have good artists around here, and I think it's a wonderful thing to do.
Councillor Gary.
Given I'm between my colleagues and lunch, I'll make this very brief. I recall the day that we passed the art and infrastructure policy, and it was a very good day for this city. Along with the public art framework, it's what makes our city unique in character. It adds real interest. If we think of the fabulous murals around the city and the difference that made. And I reflect on a visit to Iceland when every single little village that we went to had a beautiful sculpture, a beautiful piece of artwork at the heart of each of the settlements, no matter how small they were. It can only enhance our city, and I look forward to the next artwork that will come out of this policy. So kia ora, and thank you for the work you do in this space to the Aratoe team.
Right of reply?
Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the Aratoe team and all of your work, and personally I hope that any new pieces of artwork we place in the city will strongly reflect mana whenua as the people of Ōtepoti, and create a greater cultural narrative and a sense of belonging for our leaders and Indigenous people. It would be respectful to hapu and iwi if we had a city that reflected the land, the whenua, our cultural background, and a little bit less of our European heritage. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Ackland. Sorry, Councillor Mayhem. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion is carried. I'm going to move that we adjourn for lunch. Thank you, Councillor. And come back at 1. And thank you, Councillor Walker, for seconding. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Abstentions? Against? Thank you. The motion is carried. Enjoy your lunch. Tēnā koutou, colleagues and staff. You had just noting Councillor Wiley's apology for late return, and Councillor Malley's here. We are on to the second last item, is that right? Second to last, okay. The item 12, 10-year plan early engagement. Welcome, Ms. Mash. Are there any prefacing comments you wish to? Councillor Benson Pope.
Further to the conversation we had earlier about purpose-built performing arts space, does it present you with any issues to include some sort of mention of such, so that we could get community feedback on the idea?
Thank you for the question. There is the opportunity to canvass on various issues in early engagement. I just need to familiarise myself with what engagement has happened in that space thus far. I don't think it would serve any purpose to go out and ask generic-ish questions that have already been asked and answered. So I probably would ask to just take it on notice and speak with the chief regarding what would be appropriate to be asked.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms Mash, just wanted to check that thinking has been had around the fact that not everyone is online, and some people that are online are not on Facebook, and they don't necessarily operate in that space and get their information from there. I'm assuming that that's all part of the thinking.
So through the chair, I just refer you to option 1, which is that more inclusive style of engagement. Option 2 would only be online, and of course option 3 is not to engage. If you were to resolve option 1, then that would result in a various number of placement, including things like the Star community newspapers. There'd be a printed booklet that would be distributed far and wide, including specific organisations with membership bases who are not known to be great online users.
Thank you. That is reassuring, and I had seen that. And my second question is around addressing the issue of currently people, we've got a cost of living crisis, of course, and people are in many cases just surviving and challenged by everyday life, and engaging with council at all is not part of their everyday experience. I'm assuming that's also been part of the thinking. How to...
So the context of where we sit in the rising cost of living, that's definitely been part of the conversation, and how we word that up. There has been noted that there'd be 4 targeted in-person consultation groups, and if I just draw your attention to paragraph 24, that identifies the communities that we would be using our community development staff to engage directly with, because we realise that perhaps in past engagements we haven't received a decent amount of feedback from those groups.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a similar-ish question. In terms of the early engagement, in terms of that then translating to what might be asked at the LTP, is there an opportunity for groups, say for example there was a group of people who were intent on getting triffids installed in George Street, would that group have an opportunity in the early engagement to try and push a topic, i.e. triffids, into the LTP consultation?
Notwithstanding, I don't know what a triffid is. Yes, the online wall. So that we are planning on not only an online survey, but an online wall where it will be freedom for anyone to add any comment, on the proviso that they provide a name and an email address to do that.
But
to further take that, then say Trifford's on George Street gets a lot of support, and I can't see why it wouldn't, then when we come back and report on the pre-engagement, councillors will be able to choose then to include Trifford's in the consultation document.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, followed by Councillor Lucas.
It was only poor to get Councillor Lucas, but while I'm here, I'll ask a question because I'm just worried about the booklet, and so we're going to have a booklet for this and a booklet for the other, or the information, printed information booklet, and will that be the same? The early engagement, is there a difference between an early engagement booklet and the engagement booklet? Yes. So it's
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, for cutting you off there. Yes, there's two distinct publications. So the latter, the formal engagement, is the document that will come about early next year, which will actually speak to specific issues with options for those issues to be progressed, and that was formal feedback. But what we'd be attempting to do in this instance during October is raise awareness. So to be, if you'd seen the FIFA events guide that we put on, so it'll be like a cute, appealing thing. We'll be dropping it around to coffee shops. We'll be putting it where people pass by, libraries, art galleries, as well as sending it out to different organisations for their membership base. And it will have a much more kind of holistic look at explaining what long-term planning is and why they should participate and the avenues they can use to express their opinions in the early piece.
Thank you. Two questions. One is, are you concerned about submission fatigue? If we're going out, with this document early, pre-engagement, but plus there's lots of other things that we're consulting on, at the moment and have been, whether it be speed management or reserves or whatever else. And the second question is around paragraph number 14, where you talk about key messages. So we're intending to be just like a generic comment, and if we put a specific question, as maybe we've alluded to in terms of performing arts venue or whatever, does that then completely sway the pre-engagement and we end up with a lot of comment on, for example, performing arts venues at the expense of when we're really wanting to gauge a whole plethora of potential issues that we should be thinking about?
I'll just speak to the fatigue element. One of the things that we've done with all departments in the organisation is to track all of the engagement that has already happened. So we have that kind of overall view of all the communities that we've talked to and what we've talked to them about. And in that way we can hope to, not overburden particular communities that have had a lot of people come and speak to them. And so that hopefully is one way to kind of ensure that we're not putting too much over consultation fatigue on our communities.
And speaking to the second part of your question about whether putting something in like performing arts then somehow skews the feedback, there are some really chunky items that we do need to pre-engage on, and there's going to be a whole range of topics that come up through the reports between now and January that will have to get added in anyway. So I think this is one of those ones that's been around for so long we will have to do it, but there are others that councillors will be aware of as well that probably won't form part of that for that reason, but will form part of the 10-year plan.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Tēnā kōrua. We have 3 options before us. Is there anyone of a mind to move?
I'm happy to move the preferred option 1, Madam Chair, on the understanding that staff will discuss with the Chief Executive and other staff what consultation has happened on the performing arts space concept earlier and frame an appropriate question that doesn't relitigate everything as part of that consultation. I don't propose to move an amendment. I think that the undertaking is quite clear. They can check out the wording in due course with us if they feel the need, but I think it will be good to get a community steer on that issue so we can hopefully make some progress, as well as the wider, more detailed consultation that the paper is really about.
Okay, without added. Okay, I think Councillor Gilbert indicated a need to second, willingness to second. Thank you. So, are you speaking? Or you've spoken? Okay, right. So the motion. Right a reply? Just joking. Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Benson Pope and seconded by Councillor Gilbert that the committee A agrees that the preferred option for early engagement with the community to support the development of the 2024-2034 10-year plan is online and targeted stakeholder meetings early engagement. And B notes that all staff will implement the preferred option. Okay, thank you for the discussion. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. Item number 13, Otipoti Dunedin Housing Plan 2022 update. Mr West, as General Manager of Corporate Equality, and Ms Brown, as the Housing Action Plan Advisor, will speak to the report. Welcome, both of you. Do you wish to offer any prefacing comments ahead of questions?
No, we're good, thank you.
Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the paper. Just a question, I think I sort of know the answer, but I'd rather get it from somebody who knows much more than me. I think it's on paragraph 4041. It talks about the difficulty in quantifying the number of homeless. Can you just unpick why that is, and is that normal across most cities around the world?
Yeah, it is. It's very common. A number of the international researchers talk about it being a bit like a Russian doll, that you'll never know the biggest doll, but you'll only know it up or down. There's also a difference in what version of homelessness you take. So housing and urban development take homelessness as somebody who's living in an uninhabitable space, but that could be an uninhabitable space that is their own, that they own. So there's differing definitions which create murkiness around the edges. Housing and urban development at the last census identified that the country had just over 100,000 homeless people, or people who fell into their definition. We have about 3,200 of those in Dunedin. When talking to homeless providers and transitional providers, we think the problem is probably more around 1,500.
So would, for example, would couch surfers be classified as homeless?
Absolutely. So a couch surfer, somebody who's living in transitional housing, somebody who's being housed by women's refuge, whatever, they all fall under the homelessness space.
Any other questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Is it fair to say there's not a lot council can do in the homeless matter? You know, as far as regulate, we're quite restricted on what help we can give. Is that correct? Can you sort of expand on that, if it's possible?
When you say regulations, can you explain what you mean?
My understanding is that's the only. And there's limited things in that area that we can do. That's my understanding, but I'd love to know if I'm right or wrong. Yeah.
You are right. It is limited, yes.
I would add to that, Councillor, though, and you'll read that from the flavour of the report, particularly around that last action, that Jill's been doing a whole lot of work to look at a coordinated citywide approach. So when we say what can the council do, the council can and is, through Jill, working with other agencies to look at how we look at a joint approach, which has to be the best way to deal with it.
One of the problems people have said to me, and I mean I'm very aware of it, is years ago the government sort of ruled that some people who had mental illness or issues like that would come into the community. And I think, would it be fair to say that some of the problems we're facing now with some of the homeless is a result of that?
I think that's a fair assumption. We have a number of people who are in mental distress, who are in the homeless space, or who have been or have experienced levels of trauma.
It also seems from some of the things I've seen in the media and in other things watching, is that when people like that are in a house that has perhaps a supervisor or something, there's some sort of care that person who's based in that house and is a bit of a caregiver, I suppose, to keep an eye on them. That seems to be a system that works quite well. How do we access that? I mean, that's what I'm just wondering, what, as a council, if we know that works well, I suppose it's talking to the government, is there any discussions around that going on at a higher level?
So part of the issue is that we can't actually quantify the numbers that we have in the first instance. So that's the first piece of work, we need to quantify it. And then with all the agencies working together, agencies, charities, NGOs working together, we can then streamline the support that those people can get, whether that's live-in support or whether that's support elsewhere. That's what we need to do. And the aim is that the data that we collect will be able to identify holes or gaps in our funding across the Dunedin spectrum, which we can use to our advantage, basically, to get what we need. An example of that would be if we think that we need some more drug and alcohol spaces. We don't know what the numbers are. We don't know what the need is. We don't know what the drug of choice is. So, we think we have a need. So we want to be able to base that need in data.
Sorry, I will just add one other thing to that, Councillor. So Te Whati Ora will already fund substantial amounts of supported living options for people with mental health services.
Is that enough?
I can't answer that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. That segues into my final question, actually. It's paragraph 56, which talks about the consideration of a formal body with an oversight structure, including the stakeholders. Can you just unpick that a wee bit and talk about the sort of benefits that would accrue from that?
So already in the Otapoti space, we have the Whangaia Ngā Pāherakiki, which is a family violence style table. This is a similar option to that. That's got a lead agency of the police, but all of the relevant parties sit around the table, including the clients in some cases, and get the right support around the right people. And that has an overarching governance strategy and a governance structure, and that is an ongoing table that sits on a daily basis. Obviously, in the homelessness space, we would not be asking NGOs and charities to give up, half a day's work for that, but it would be possibly a monthly meeting. But that is all being co-designed with the stakeholder group. So I can't give much more than that. That's the rough plan at this stage.
And I presume there's an appetite for that.
Absolutely.
Councillor Gary, followed by Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms Brown, thank you for the report. There's a lot of rich information in there. I'm particularly interested in Action 6, which is around the incentive scheme that encourages building and retrofitting homes with design for everyone, universal design, designing for disability. And I wondered if you could unpack that, and I wondered how that you see that looking, how that would work.
So we have information from Te Whati Ora saying that there's a number of people who have been assessed for residential care because they can't get into either part or all of their home. We know that we have an ageing population, so every builder, and Jill's utopia is that every building coming up would have basic universal design features, and there are things like 860 doors, which makes it easier to actually walk through with your groceries, but get a wheelchair through, get a pram through, having doorknobs and light fixtures at the same height so that it's always the same place that you reach out for something for somebody who's visually impaired. So those really basic things that at time of build cost very little extra, but people don't know what they don't know, and to retrofit that comes at great expense.
I guess I should have asked, given a little context to my question. I've had recent experience of that, and my reflection is that what we've got to do is change the culture in terms of the builders to make sure they're informed. How do we plan to encourage that? Because there's a lot of work to be done. They simply don't know, or they're not in that mindset.
You're absolutely right. A lot of people don't know, and if they haven't had personal experience of somebody with some form of disability or whatever, they often don't even think about it. I currently now have 2 developers who are doing those things as just a point of right, and we have no real information as to how many houses in the Dunedin stock are actually accessible for somebody who has a disability of some sort. So, you know, again, we're working off anecdotal information, but the aim is to get in front of the building at the time of build. We can't, as a territorial authority, we can't specify to do something different, but we can educate and let them take the decision.
And I might add, sorry, Councillor, and potentially bring forward some ideas to Council about whether you wish to look at incentives for making it easier or more cost-effective for developers to build accessible homes. So, and because Jill's aware through the work she's done with other local authorities looking at how they've incentivised that, so we'll be bringing that to the 10-year plan for consideration.
The sector group that Mr Henderson, I think, our building consent people meet with, have I got that right, Mr Henderson? You have there's a sector group. Is that the kind of group that you would start with to try and get the message out?
Once we have the basic incentives, absolutely.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. And first of all, following on from that line of questioning, so I note that there's been no applications for the solar, I guess, incentives. Is that something you might look at, and when you're looking at overall incentives, and maybe changing that, or obviously, as you say, it's because it's for standalone only, is that an issue?
I'm going to hand this over to Mr Henderson.
I mean, ultimately, if council was of mind to change it or encourage it further, then obviously we can make those changes.
And my other question, which was following on from Councillor Walker's questioning, and also in light, I guess, of the series of articles that have run in the ODT. So obviously there's, you know, a closer lens, I guess, citywide by everybody is aware of the size of the problem with the homelessness. So is that influencing the speed with which this group that you're working with, that you're talking about in paragraph 56, that to come up with, you know, everybody working together?
Maybe I'll answer that. This work was already underway before the ODT started highlighting the matter. It was already an issue and been highlighted by the work Jill's been doing for the last 2 years, and was prioritised as a piece of work that needed to be done from stakeholders. So yes, it's great that there's more public awareness, but it was work that was underway anyway.
That was my understanding, is that you were already working on this, and that's just put the public spotlight on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that same note, what can council do to help in this area that could be more effective than what's happening already? I know, as you know, there's a lot of different organisations that are involved with dealing with the most vulnerable, homeless, addiction affected folks and all that sort of thing. But when we look at our own housing portfolio, most of those people don't qualify. Is there anything further council could be doing to try and accommodate, obviously not all of those people, but hopefully some of them?
I will answer that one, Councillor. I'd say the best approach we can take, it's a long haul approach, it's not an easy approach. It's a complex issue, but I think a joined up approach is the way to do it sensibly and most effectively. But Jill already meets with lots of stakeholders, government agencies on a weekly basis. So there's already a lot of conversations going on around there, and I think it's just keeping it front of mind and keeping on with the work.
And I'll just add, Councillor Eklund, if I can. Sorry, talking at the back of your head is awkward. But the housing stock that we have deals with a particular cohort of folk that aren't readily catered for by other providers. And so if we were to change what we were doing, we create a different problem. So I think what Rob was saying, that joined up approach and making sure that collectively we are covering all the needs. And so at this point we are focusing on older persons housing generally, which is a gap that no one else is providing for.
Just one more question, Madam Chair, is so with the multi-stakeholder group that you're dealing with, what's the biggest requirement for the most vulnerable that we're hearing about in the media at the moment? Is it the roof over the head, or is it something else?
Depends on which approach you take. If you take a housing first approach, then the person gets the house first and then the wraparound services follow. If you take another approach, there's alternatives to that, then the services start in a transitional space and then you move somebody into a longer term house. So it depends on which approach you take, and different stakeholders take different approaches. The biggest thing is that we're getting the stakeholders to work together to all use the same assessment so that we can get a quantifiable group and analysis of what we need, as well as helping support the people who are in need. So it's a long-term program, but it should actually streamline some of the work so people don't bounce around from provider to provider.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, colleagues? Thank you very much. Tēnā korua. Kia kaha. Right. Do you want to? I don't think there's any options. But, yep. Councillor Mayhem is moving that the committee notes the Otepoti Dunedin Housing Plan 2022 update. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. As Mr. West pointed out, the best approach is in the long haul. It is a very complex matter that we're dealing with, and I love Ms. Brown's approach to engage with all of the stakeholders. That's the way, using the same assessment model, and we'll be aware in the long term, what we're dealing with. And I think going forward, I hope that we can do our very best for all of the residents of our city to give them universal design, accessible housing, and work collaboration across all of our stakeholders to make sure that nobody in our city is without a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to focus on three things. The first one is just to begin with, for context, that this has been a very thorough piece of work, and thorough work takes time. So thank you, Ms. Brown, for your mahi. It certainly is so important to our city. The three items I want to reflect on are first, homelessness. It's really easy to have a knee-jerk reaction to it. It's something that tugs at our heartstrings, and we feel for people, and it does reflect on our city and how much we care for our people. However, as the report said, it is a very complex area of work. And so thank you for your work in that area and the joined up approach that you're working so hard on. The second one is Action 6 around the building or refitting of homes with universal design or designing for disabilities. And I look forward to a time when our very capable builders in our city particularly our young builders coming through from their apprenticeships. It's part of their everyday thinking, but not just them, the plumbers and builders and all of the tradespeople, because currently they're not all on board. It just hasn't been part of their trade experience, and sometimes for homeowners it's really hard to have to advocate and fight for that. And it doesn't make it easy. So it should be part of what is normally thought of. And I can tell you that an 860 door makes a hell of a difference. And then there's the Eco Design Advisor, who does great work and wonderful work with young families. I note in the report it's around both energy usage and water usage, and I was interested to see that as climate change kicks in. And water usage becomes really important in drought periods. That is going to be an awareness that we need to be super concerned about. So ka mihi nui for all your work. It does make a difference.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to say, even though, as it was mentioned before, there's been publicity around our homeless in our city and some very graphic photos of some of the boarding houses. But what I really want people to know is that Jill Brown, who's sitting here in this room, and Claire Curran and many other stakeholder groups that have been involved in a group that meet regularly. They've been doing this for a long time and working on this for a very long time. So there's a lot of work being done by lots of different stakeholder groups, and they're behind the scenes. They're not on the front page every day. They should be, but they're not. They're the people behind the scenes that have been doing a huge amount of work, and I will be supporting this. And because Jill Brown is connected with it, and I think she's been doing some fantastic work, and I think it was one of the best things we did was bring her on board, which was an initiative, I think, by our CEO, Sandy Graham. So thank you for that.
Right of reply, Councillor Mayhem?
No, sorry.
All right, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Item 14, items for consideration by the chair. Are there any? All right, we're just coming to karakia whakamutuka, the closing prayer. And then I will declare the meeting closed, and just we'll have a 10-minute gap between the end of this committee and beginning of the next. Just to make things moving around easier for staff and colleagues. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapunui, ki a wātea, ki a mama, te kakai, te tinana, te wairua i te ara. Takatu, i te ara takatu, koe rai roka, roko, whakairia ake ki ruka, kia tina, tina, hui e, tai ki e. The meeting is declared closed at 1:34.
Open the meeting, and I will start with a mihi whakatau and karakia. Well, karakia actually. Right. Whakatau mai te wairua, whakawātia mai te hine naro, whakarati mai te nana, kia e ngā mahi ai. Settle the spirit, clear the mind, prepare the body to achieve what needs to be achieved. Yes. Right, now we've got public forum today, and I'd like to welcome Alex McMillan to come up to these seats, please. And you have 5 minutes to speak. I believe you're going to speak on climate change and environmental health responsibilities. Mrs. McMillan, are you happy to take questions afterwards?
Absolutely, they'd be welcome.
Lovely, thank you, and welcome to the committee. You can start speaking now, and you've got 5 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, rangatira mā. It's nice to be back here. Ko Alex McMillan tōku ingoa. I'm a public health physician and Associate Professor of Environmental Public Health in the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine at Otago. So climate change is the biggest environmental health threat facing us. And I'm here with expertise in that area as a researcher and teacher to urge you to rapidly adopt the Zero Carbon Plan developed by the Zero Carbon team of Council in time to influence the long-term plan and to be able to engage with the public on specifics and priorities. The public health implications of climate change are profound and will affect everyone, which is why for the past decade health leaders have been naming it globally as a public health emergency, and why this year's UN Conference of the Parties on Climate Change will be a health COP. Just looking at this year's extreme weather events alone in Aotearoa and abroad, we can see the devastating loss of life and extreme disruption to the building blocks of health, things like housing, fresh water, livelihoods, food security, that wildfires, flooding and extreme heat are already causing. Addressing this requires all governments and all cities to take urgent action because individual citizens can't get to zero climate pollution on their own. Action on climate change isn't a political matter, just as safe drinking water and clean air are matters of regulatory compliance. Action on climate change to protect health is also now rightly so a matter of regulatory compliance, with a substantial international and national legislative architecture holding local government to account for urgent action, whether it's the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Act, or the brand new Natural and Built Environments Act. Further, over successive changes in council, the people of Dunedin have spoken out for climate action loudly and clearly, including support for the 2030 target, which requires a plan to achieve it. The plan has come out of not political machinations, but a huge amount of evidence-based work, listening to the public, and a strong aligned partnership across the city's public sector, who are also the largest employers in the city, Te Whatu Ora, the university, Te Pūkenga, the ORC. The target itself was made in close partnership with the university's own target. And we cannot meet our own commitments without the DCC playing their part in that shared commitment. The Zero Carbon Plan demonstrates plausible and effective pathways to reach the target based on evidence, and also critically demonstrates that we can do so while having tangible short and medium-term gains across the four well-beings through well-designed actions. Examples include better water quality, improving road safety and air quality, better housing and affordable energy, enabling people to get enough exercise and connect with each other in their commutes, improvements in mental well-being, especially for young people, just to name a few. While I'm arguing that adopting the plan is critical for well-being and a matter of regulatory compliance, how we get to net zero and the specific actions taken are a matter for council choice and discussion, including the cost effectiveness of those actions and the cost of those actions. This is why asking for a detailed budget right now for putting the plan in place is unhelpful and in some ways constraining of your choices. And I'd love to come back and talk about some specific examples for this committee and how that can be cost effective. But in conclusion, and before questions, I'm urging the Council to rapidly adopt the Zero Carbon Plan. And in particular for the future work plan of this committee, I'm urging Council to see acting on climate change as a matter of environmental health regulatory compliance and an opportunity to achieve a range of win-wins for environmental health, and to see that it has cost-effective opportunities for responding to the plan. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you for that. And is there any questions? It looks like Councillor Walker has a question.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms McMillan, yet again for turning up here. I presume you came via the shared path?
I did so, yeah.
Yep. 3 questions. First 2 are interrelated. So just so I'm clear, and for everybody else clear, you're here today to make sure that we focus on adopting the Zero Carbon Plan with its current 2030 setting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here to urge you to adopt the plan with the current 2030 target.
And, oops, if you leave alone, I'll go. In terms of, for example, the 2030 aligns with the university and other stakeholders around the city, but doesn't align with the government, what would be the disadvantages, do you think, to Ōtepoti Dunedin if we were to move from, say, 2030 to 2050?
We know from the science that 2050 is too late. We also know increasingly from cities around the world who are adopting ambitious action that they are experiencing the health and well-being and social and health equity co-benefits of taking action that are both cost-saving and well-being and life-saving. And so the longer we wait to take action, the costlier it is, and the longer we hold off on experiencing the benefits of taking action.
Thank you. And my final question is, and in fact, you've achieved one of my goals, because one of my critiques is the fact we never mentioned clean air quality. You've mentioned it twice. In your position at the university, what are the benefits that accrue to the community by those 2 very simplistic but vitally important things, clean air and air quality, by reducing our zero carbon emissions?
So New Zealand, and in fact Dunedin, has surprisingly poor air quality for a small country with a small population, and winds that blow across our country and blow that air quality away. And we know from the most recent research on air quality in New Zealand that both particulates and oxides of nitrogen kill thousands of people each year. And Dunedin has one of the worst air quality statistics in the country. And that air quality is both a result of burning fossil fuels in our houses, and also what came out as most surprising in the most recent research was how much motor vehicle pollution plays in killing people from air quality and making people's asthma worse and putting them in hospital. And in all of those causes of air pollution, taking action on climate change brings air pollution co-benefits. So as rapidly as we can, moving away from fossil fuel burning in people's houses and moving away from motor vehicles and to other forms of transport, public transport, walking and cycling, brings huge co-benefits for reducing air pollution related deaths and harms, so things like hospitalisations, asthma exacerbations, days off work and school.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for coming for your presentation. I would be surprised if you answered yes to the question, which is, would you want us to wait another 3 years before we acted? And the reason I'm asking that question is, I know that people have guessed at why councillors asked for that item to be put aside and then come back again with reference to the 10-year plan. If we don't fund anything, we don't do anything. And so would you want us to go forward with a plan that didn't have funding items in it for the next 3 years and therefore have no action on it?
I think there are 2 parts to that question. Thanks, Councillor O'Malley. The first is we're already really late to take action. 30 years late at least. And we can't keep kicking this down the road. Not another 3 years, not another 1 year, not another 6 months. There are some really cost-effective things that the council can do, regardless of funding. And some of them this committee has particular delegations around. And if you don't mind me giving some examples, this council has some particularly helpful delegations for cost-effective action in the areas of shifting regulation and shifting bylaws and making choices about financial spend on enforcement. What are you going to focus your enforcement on? Is it going to be about ensuring that cats don't kill hens, or is it going to be about stopping cars from parking on the footpath so children can walk safely to school? Those sorts of choices can be made without a big budget. The nudges that can be made using changes to regulation to effectively enable and support people to shift away from high-emitting options and choices towards zero-carbon lifestyles. These are things that can be done without big budgets, and which this committee in particular has an opportunity to take action on. And this is particularly true in transport, where very cost-effective examples don't always have to involve huge infrastructure investments, though we've seen recently with the investment in the harbour cycle path and how many people, how much latent demand there was for that piece of infrastructure, that those infrastructure investments are both important and desired. But they also include things like speed management and parking management and those sorts of enforcement bylaws and regulations to shifting the balance of using road maintenance and renewal budgets. I don't know, I'm sure you may be all aware that over successive years, the walking and cycling maintenance budget has been underspent, while the roading and vehicle maintenance budget has been overspent. That doesn't cost anything to reshift that balance appropriately towards supporting people to change their choices towards zero carbon choices. Ensuring that the Housing Action Plan is making win-wins for health and fairness and climate. These are all examples that don't take large budgets. But they require a plan and inclusion of thinking in planning.
Right. Councillor Mayhem. Sorry, have you got another question?
No, don't worry about it.
Councillor Mayhem.
My question was pretty much covered by Councillor O'Malley. You said that you believed us asking for budgetary requests was constraining. How do we get to this in cost effectiveness? But as Mr O'Malley's pointed out, we've got the long-term plan ahead of us, and we're dealing with fiscally tight constraints for the up and coming year. You've answered those, saying there are things that we can do without money. You did mention kicking it down the road. Do you consider, that's a quote from the newspaper, do you consider that one meeting to another is kicking it down the road?
I think there have already been decades of delay here. Decades of delay.
And one more thing, were you aware that our council is the only council in the nation to suggest a 2030 plan where everyone else's plans are 2050?
I think that is a matter of pride in leadership and also a matter of partnership in the city across our biggest institutions. We were the first city in the country to have a zero carbon target that was aligned between a university and a city council. That's leadership that we should be proud of, and we have every opportunity to lead here with that alliance. With a high level of public support and with a high level of large employer support.
Thank you. You finished
Thank you. Yes, I agree with everything.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Thank you for a very unequivocal message. You made a couple of mentions of, or several mentions of air quality and the burning of fossil fuels in particular. You'll be aware, and you may have heard in this organisation complaints about a scarcity of and the lack of action by the Regional Council on fossil fuel burning. I wonder, would you be prepared to deliver as an equally clear message to them about their tardiness in those areas?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure that we need to wait for air quality monitoring in every locality to take action on air quality. We know the causes of air pollution, and we have really good ways of taking data from high quality epidemiological studies and applying them to model local level burden of disease. And we know already that Dunedin has a high burden of disease from air quality, and so doing further ambient air quality monitoring is not necessarily going to add to our understanding of the burden of disease here. We can go ahead and take action right now on.
I wasn't suggesting that we should delay because of that, but I was asking if you're prepared to go to the Regional Council and give them the message about fossil fuels.
Absolutely, I do, and I have. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't need detail. I just want to know in theory, we often talk about the costs of doing the work and adopting such a plan, but in fact there are costs of not adopting it. Is it possible from a public health perspective, from your knowledge and research, to quantify that? And I'm not asking you to do that today, but just wondering whether that evidence is available.
It's actually quite difficult to estimate the burden of disease from climate change for a range of reasons, and the evidence is by necessity at a global big picture level because of the difficulties with measuring with attributing. But what we do have is really good evidence of valuing and being able to value in monetary terms the co-benefits of action for public health, and they're really big. So just as for one example, in my own research, estimating the co-benefits of investing in cycling infrastructure to get people out of their cars and onto bikes, just one very small part of this picture. For every dollar we spend on high quality cycling infrastructure, we get $20 back or more in public health benefit. And that's the same looking across investments for climate action.
Thank you, that's helpful. And my final question is around, you talked about the cities that were early adopters, and I wondered if there's any work being done on the opportunities that they have had that would be lost if you delayed.
Sorry, can I clarify that, Councillor Gary? Opportunities for public health benefit or
no, just opportunities of adopting a zero carbon plan or similar. Early on, you talked about cities that have done that, and that there are opportunities that would be lost if you weren't an early adopter.
I'd like to just make clear, if I might, that we're not early adopters. We can only be seen as laggards here.
So I'm talking about the cities that have been early adopters. I imagine there are opportunities that they have had that if you're a late adopter, as we're going to be, will miss out on.
The cities that have been earlier adopters are already starting to be able to measure the some of the health and health equity co-benefits of having taken well-designed action. And they include things like being able to now measure improvements in air quality. So, for example, in Paris, able to measure the lives saved from having adopted policies to get people out of their cars. In the Netherlands, also having recently measured the physical activity benefits and lives saved from having set up a system where people have choices about how they get around. So there are now examples where the early adopters are measuring and can measure those health co-benefits. I hope that's answered your question.
It's very powerful in human lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, I've just got a quick one. You mentioned air quality. Where did you get those statistics from, please? For our city, you said we're one of the worst.
So the most recent health and air pollution in New Zealand study, which was released last year, I think, and for the first time was able to measure the burden of disease from oxides of nitrogen in particular, that showed that motor vehicle air pollution was a much bigger problem than we thought it was before.
In Dunedin?
In Dunedin and in the country.
Right. And 2030, you don't think that's an ambitious date, is that correct?
I think it's a necessary date for saving lives.
Right, but the government set a target of 2050, but you don't think 2030 is ambitious?
The global science and understandings of fair shares for high income countries both point to 2050 being a laggard's target.
Right. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora. Thank you, Council.
Kia ora. Right, now we're continuing on. We've got apologies from Councillor Barker and Councillor Vandervis. I move that the committee accepts these apologies. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lucas. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Okay, the motion is carried. Right, so confirmation of agenda. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley, thank you. Any discussion on that? No? Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? The motion is carried. Okay, declarations of interest. Does anyone have an update from about the last 5 minutes that they'd like to add now? No? Lovely, thank you. All right, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Right. Anyone against? The motion is carried. Right. Customer and Regulatory Committee, we need to note the minutes of the meeting on the 7th of August. I move that the committee confirms the minutes of this meeting on the 7th of August this year. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? Anyone against? The motion is carried. Right, we're moving into reports. Actions from resolutions of Customer and Regulatory Committee meetings. That should be on page 20. And I'd like to welcome the Acting General Manager of Customer and Regulatory, Paul Henderson. Can you please come up the front there, Paul? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Are you happy to take questions?
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes. Is there anything you'd like to add before we start? Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to note the open actions of the resolutions of the Customer and Regulatory Committee meetings. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley, sorry, you need to wave your hand a bit more. I didn't see that. Okay. All right. Now, does anyone have any questions? And is there a mover to this motion? Oh, well, you can't move and you're already... Oh, I moved it. Sorry, and you're seconding it. Right, that's good. Okay, I'm ahead of myself. Thank you. All right, are there any speakers? No speakers? Thank you very much for that. Okay. All right, I'm going to move the motion. So what we're moving here, just so we're... What have we got? We're noting the open actions of the resolutions of the Customer and Regulatory Committee meeting. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried. All right. Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme. And actually, you should have just stayed there. Can you come back, Mr Henderson, please? Is there anything you'd like to add to this report?
Nope.
Okay, lovely. Happy to take questions. Great. Are there any questions on the Forward Work Programme? No questions? All right. Would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Wiley, thank you. Okay, so that the committee notes the Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme, and is there a seconder? Councillor O'Malley, thank you. Does the mover wish to speak? No, thank you. Are there any speakers? No, lovely, thank you. All right. I'm now going to put the motion. Right, you're ahead of things. All those in favour? Anyone against? Motion carried. Right, now we've got the draft submission on the draft government policy statement on land transport 2024, page 24 in your reports. And I've got, thank you, I've got Janine Benson, Group Manager for Transport here. And do we have Helen as well, or just yourself today? Okay, thank you very much, Ms Benson. Welcome. Now, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, I'm happy to take a sort of as read and take
Wonderful.
Questions.
And you're happy to take questions.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we just start off with in the report itself describing how the whole transport system is funded with the National Land Transport Fund, and then also the Crown loans that are being proposed? It says in the report, and you sort of see it when you read it. There's less income coming in because the fuel excise duty and cars switching over to electric and also becoming more efficient. So you've got your DAT and the road user charges are making up the bulk of the NLTF, the National Land Transport Fund. But then there's Crown grants and then there's Crown loans, and they propose $3.1 billion worth of loans, which, if we read it correctly, then have to be paid back over a relatively short period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there is no mechanism in the National Policy Statement to explain how that's going to occur. Is that also correct?
I think that's fair to say that as well.
So we could be looking at some significant shortfalls in the LTF in the future. Thank you. And then I want to move to the large infrastructure activities that have been identified in the GPS, and it is fair to say that most of them are in the northern North Island and that they do not extend beyond Ashburton and the South Island.
Definitely, they stop at Ashburton, the bridge, the recent bridge.
We capture that in our Shaping Future Dunedin Transport request and have asked in our submission why that's not on the list.
Yeah, I think the purpose of us adding that in was to have a flagship project that was a response to a citywide issue south of Ashburton.
And it's also a large strategic expense. It's different from, say, the Chain Hills Tunnel or the Harbour cycleway.
Yes, that's correct.
In the focus of it. And then I just want to touch lastly on the points. I think it's 11 in the report down to about 13, and it's about rail. And is it also fair to say that the GPS seemed to focus really only on two areas and actually didn't even really focus on the South Island at all when it comes to rail?
Yeah, it's not specific in too much about rail, but it is fairly specific in terms of its geography, which is definitely in the North Island.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Ms Benson. I wanted to ask you about page 36, and it's paragraph number 6 in the submission, which states that Dunedin City has the second highest risk for urban intersection in the 2022 Communities at Risk Register. How long have we held that statistic for?
I would need to check the information preceding me, but it's definitely for the last 3 years that I've been here.
And do you feel we're making strides on that, to improving that and getting off that register?
I think we are definitely making strides in addressing some of the issues through things like reduction in speeds. We have a lot of work to do, I think, in probably our rural intersections.
And my second question, I'll just couch this in saying I thought the paragraph number 10 around the disappointment of the funding going as far as the Ashburton Bridge was a really strong paragraph. But when the GPS came out, I gave the feedback that I wanted to see the unfunded sections of the Peninsula Connection included in this document as an example of a project that does not currently meet the Wakakatahi criteria. But if you were to take the strategic priorities, increasing resilience, we've got a section that's falling into the sea. I just wonder why it wasn't included.
So I think, just coming back to my point before, I think the idea behind what we were trying to say in this submission was that we needed a more strategic response rather than project by project. And I think the big thing for us is that we do have the unfunded section of the peninsula in the RLTP, and we do have a lot of backing data around that we will be able to put in a fairly strong bid in terms of understanding what the cost is on that, because the work has already been done as part of the RLTP process.
So I have a subsequent question for you, and I know this has a political element, but I'm asking from a factual kind of operational basis. It became evident to me at the opening of the shared path that the minister, and I actually talked to him one-to-one after about this, that he believed that the whole project right around the harbour was completed. He was very surprised to find it wasn't. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The question is there any way we can ensure that information reaches the decision makers when they have a misconception about it? I understand there's a political lens on that, but it seemed to me that there was factual problems there.
Look, I think you're right, Councillor Gary. There is a political lens around this, and until the council has an agreed position about what it wants to fund, I think it's hard for us to offer a view on how we engage with the ministers on this.
I understand that. I wondered if, I guess it raised the question for me, do the decision makers understand it? If that level of uncertainty is there. I guess that was my question.
And I think that's not something Ms Benson can answer.
Thank you.
Right, you finished now, Councillor. Right, Mr Mayor?
Yes, I was wondering about the loop bus, the loop line that has been included in our list of projects, but it's not in here. Is there any reason for that?
Yeah, so the submission to the government policy statement on land transport is more of a strategic document, particularly if you'll notice Helen's written a lot at the back about how the National Land Transport Fund is funded at the moment, given that things are looking reasonably serious going forward in terms of how we are currently funded. So the submission was less about the list of projects that we wanted to be included, and more about, I guess, how we wanted to respond and be seen, I guess, as a city under that submission. And the regional land transport plan, where is the place that we get to put those projects that then get a little numerical value assigned to them in terms of the benefits that they bring, and that's the time to argue those projects' inclusion or not, as the case may be in co-funding.
Sure. Would it be useful, do you think, to put in a line about it, and with the a further sentence saying consideration and funding needs to be given to the smaller type of public transport, which is likely to attract car users into low carbon travel?
Look, councillors, you are, and Mr Mayor, you are free to make whatever amendments that you want to the document. But as Ms Benson said, the focus of this one is a non-project based one. And so in the same way that Councillor Gary's interest in the Peninsula Connection isn't included, the loop line isn't either.
I'm suggesting that this is consideration of funding across the whole country. The smaller type of public transport has a specific departure from the larger types of public transport mechanisms. We have 40-seater buses and commuter trains and intercity, inter-regional train travel.
As we've said many times with submissions, the submission will say whatever council resolves that it needs to say. So if the collective view is that they want to make, you collectively want to make changes, then that will be included. So.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. And I think in part you've answered this. Is in the report itself under point 12 where you talk about activity classes such as walking and cycling, there is likely to be limited funding available for new projects. So I'm just thinking in light of the public meeting tonight on the Tory about the Tory trails, that's what you've answered to Mr Mayor, really answers that in terms of new projects. But also you're signalling that, I guess, to the wider community there is likely to be less funding.
I'm going to temper that with one or two comments. The first one is that for some of the cycling projects, the Tunnels Trail, for example, as I mentioned in the RLTP paper, it is a committed activity, and so therefore it's not like we're bidding for it. The other comment that I might say is that there's been a bit of a change in activity classes. And the devil tends to be in the detail of the actual money allocation in those activity classes. So we would probably need to get further into the GPS once it's issued to see if that is a real difference or if there could have been some changes in allocation between activity classes.
Thank you for that. And my other question is in relation to the actual submission itself in point 16 when you talk about the State Highway 1 corridor between Dunedin and Balclutha. Will that also flagging the issue of the, the interchange with Mosgiel?
Yes, so I think one of the reasons about putting that in there was, again, nothing being south of Ashburton, but also that route and its connection into the Taieri area and indeed into Dunedin from a freight perspective. So yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I note with pleasure the reference to red light cameras and that exhortation. Is there any comment, I can't see it, is there any comment in the submission about monitoring and enforcement issues, given the wider context of the speed review we're going through right now?
No, we have talked to Christchurch City Council about the logistics of that, but we haven't put any specific comment in that around the GPS, because I think that's probably more about how it gets operated behind the scenes. I think we were just trying to flag, again, there is life beyond Ashburton, and that we wanted to be considered as being willing participants in those activities in Dunedin.
Life at Ashburton, are you? Sorry.
Councillor O'Malley.
Sorry. Points 10 through 16 talk about public transport and vehicle kilometre travel reduction and our status of Tier 1 versus Tier 2 cities. Can I just clarify what we're saying in that section is that if you look at number 14, there's a graph there of public bus users, and the top line is us, And then the next lines underneath are Tauranga and Hamilton in their greater district, and even with the greater populations, they have less riders on their buses. That's a fair interpretation of that graph, isn't it? And yet the government has decided that we are not worthy of this investment because they will not get, as they say, bang for your buck. So is it that what we are saying here is that in fact we consider that they potentially may not have even considered us when removing us from that list, and that they have used the title Tier 1, which is a growth title, which we don't meet because we're a Tier 2. But we are saying in this submission there's other roles cities play, and that we actually play the equivalent of a Tier 1 because of our geographical distribution, and that we've already done quite a lot on VKT. Is that a fair summary of those 4 points?
Yeah, I think that would be, particularly in comparison to when you look at somewhere like Tauranga. Yeah.
Councillor Gary.
Just something that I heard this morning in RNZ, and forgive me, I didn't have the chance to go back and read the detail of the GPS, but I wondered if it was part of it. So this was about using AI in Auckland City Council's using on top of traffic lights, and as a way of determining the use by different modes of transport. Is there anything in the GPS, and forgive me, I just don't recall, around new technologies like that?
I don't think it specifically talks about AI, but yeah, I have heard a little bit about that from another council that I can't recall. But there is definitely talk about the use of new technology in the GPS, and it could well be that it's referring to AI. I can check up on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Ms Benson, do we know if our other southern councils are also submitting a letter in the same process as we are, or a submission in the same process we are, and are they going to be as strongly worded or firmly worded as what ours is?
The Chief might like to come over me at some point, but I can... You don't know, but I can certainly. I have been on a few conference calls about the GPS that the Ministry of Transport set up. That with indeed my southern counterparts, and I think the themes were relatively similar. They're around operations and maintenance costs. Some concern that I have in one of my first paragraphs around. Reallocation of activity classes, particularly in the operations and maintenance area, and similar themes around increased resilience, how we fund resilience, how we fund the national land transport theme. So the themes will definitely be the same.
Thank you. And should there be a change in government, does that make much difference to what we're reading here, or is it essentially the pathway that Waka Kitahi are travelling through and the funding for it's travelling through?
So, Sandy will chime in. I've not been through a change in government here, but I would expect that GPS would be rewritten under a change of government.
I think we can't make a comment on that because until if there's a new government, until they are in office, we don't know which of their policies may or may not survive.
Just in the last change, when it went to Labor wrote a new GPS upon arrival into government, and it arrived just before the RLTP had to be written.
But again, depends entirely on the nature of what the new government looks like, if there is a new government. So.
All right, are there any more questions? One more? Yeah.
And looking at pages 84 and 85, and we look at the 26-27 year, 27-28 year, that's pretty much a 73% or 27% reduction when there needs to be more done, I would be anticipating. Can you give us an example of some of the impacts that would have on our city if we were getting 27% or 30% less funding to do some of this work?
I think there's a very good thing that Waka Kotahi put out around water under roads, and I think with decreased maintenance and increased weather events, we would start to see subsidence in roads. We would have to think about, with a reduction in costs, we would start to have to think about all those things that we do at the moment, like trimming trees to stop them from falling down. But I think, and then you would have probably, with that kind of reduction in cost, you'd have to start looking at your renewals budget as well. Are you doing the 6% of footpath and renewals that are needed per year based on what their asset needs? Are you doing 8% of resealing every year based on what their asset needs? So that's purely driven by what their asset needs. You would have to start reducing those. So that would correspond down to probably a decrease in level of service.
So, for example, when I look at the table on page 89, I see state highway improvements in 24-25 of a million. So 1020, 25-26 1120, 26-27 1220, and then 27-28 going to 200, and then 28-29 to 200. Shows you that we would be our state highway would be the improvements would be deteriorating pretty fast, and we'd be in no position to even catch up. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
So, no, I'll leave it for debate, but thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Now, no more questions. Okay. You have a question?
Got a question.
Right.
Yes. At this stage, I'd like to propose an amendment to our submission.
I think we need to talk about this one, Mr Mayor, before it goes up.
Right up.
All right, so I've got Councillor O'Malley has indicated he wants to move this motion, and we've got Mr Mayor wanting to put an amendment. So what we need, what's the process to follow with this then? So we'll put...
Could we have just a 5-minute adjournment?
5-minute adjournment, okay.
I'm happy to second Councillor O'Malley's motion.
Yep, okay, thank you. All right, so we've got, it's been moved. The motion as it stands at the moment is that we're having an adjournment. Right, thank you, 5 minutes, right. Yeah. Yep, so all right, Councillor Walker, thank you. You can second this adjournment, thank you. Right. All those in favour? Aye, thank you very much. Right. He's just getting... A couple of councillors. Right, we'll wait for a second more. Oh, no, we're going. Okay, we'll start. All right. Okay, so we'll start. We've got, right. So at the moment we've got the motion for the draft submission on the draft government policy statement on land transport 2024, page 29 of your reports. Is the motion is on the floor and it's been moved by Councillor O'Malley, and the motion is that the committee, should be up on your screen in a minute, that the committee approves the DCC submission to the draft government policy statement on land transport 2024, and B, that it authorises the chief executive to make any minor editorial changes to the submission if required. And the seconder is Councillor Wiley. So all those in favour of this motion? Yes, well, we will. Do you wish to exercise your right of reply, Councillor O'Malley?
I might just open up the debate.
Yeah, you can move. Yes,
Chair.
that's right. Call for speak. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just. I can do it in 5 minutes anyway. This submission is a government policy statement. So when you're considering government policy statements, they write at very high level and then they sit down, everything sits below them. So below that then becomes your National Land Transport Plan, and this will affect that, and then we feed in at the regional land transport level. So I acknowledge Councillor Gowrie and his worship bringing up specific programs that they would like to bring to our attention, and the transport team has got those lined up to be in the Regional Land Transport Plan and picking up from there. However, I would go in behind something Councillor Gowrie has noticed, and that's the Crown Infrastructure Fund, which is probably where something like that would come from. If you look at this GPS, it's very North Island centric, and we feed that back to them a lot, and that also affects how the Ministry of Transport operates as well, and often is not when you get Crown funding, that'll be a decision made at the ministerial level, and if we have too low a status nationally, then our chances of succeeding in those decisions is poor. So we have, in many respects, in a couple of places, identified that we believe that the focus needs to have a lot more of Lower South Island in it. The componentry around the VKT, I think, is an important part for us to raise, because it fits in with a lot of our programs that we're running at the moment right now. The Park and Ride at Mosgiel, all our cycleway initiatives, they all fit into the vehicle kilometre travelled reduction scheme. We've done a lot of work there, but if we stay out of the priority list, then we will not be well suited when we're looking for Crown funding to exercise these, and we'll just be in the NLTF alone. So I'm glad that we're doing that. The other question about if there's a change of government, Councillor Wiley, if there is a change of government, I would not be at all surprised if another GPS gets rewritten. You just deal with that when it comes out. But obviously, by our submissions on this one, we've let whatever government is in November know what we sit, how we sit on these things. And I think the take-home really is just simply one of, we are a bigger and more important city than I think the Ministry of Transport realises, and it's showing up in these documents, and it shows up in a lot of the other investments. And I believe that this letter has done a really good job at raising our profile, and hopefully it will get read.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Right, any other questions, Councillor Wiley?
Yeah, no, happy to speak to this. Yeah, I agree with everything Councillor O'Malley has said. And I think the key, and I thought they did it very well in the submission, is highlighting our regional connection, especially around the port and our transport system, that we are a hub for the Lower South. And that is where a lot of the infrastructure is required, is because the strength of the country is around the hubs and the export market and the freight industry. But the part that I think this really highlighted to me, this paper, was that, first off, the government is great at trying to show us what they want in the submission and the supporting documents. But you can definitely tell that they are not worried too much about the South Island, and that shows up in the activity classes and funding ranges on page 89. When state highway maintenance, we're lucky if we're getting 60% of what the North Island's getting. We're lucky if we're getting 22%, and this is going up in 3 or 4 years' time, of the rail network funding. In public transport infrastructure, they're going to, if we're lucky, we'll get 55%. Local road improvements, we'll be, I guess we'll be championing the bid if we can get 40% out of them. And in walking and cycle improvements, maybe they'll give us 60%. And when you start looking at those numbers and you look at the length and breadth of our roads that we have in the south, there was such a mismanagement balance of rhetoric here in the fact of what needs to be delivered for all of New Zealand, and any government in power needs to be delivering for all of New Zealand. And I think that's the part that really struck me as I read through this paper, because it's titled Investment in Land Transport. And if any government's going to invest in land transport, they need to invest in all of the country. And yes, we do continue on past Ashburton, thank goodness. And we are a very strong part of New Zealand Inc. in our, whether it's tourism, whether it's industry, freight, export, all of the above, and we need to be funded accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned in my questions around high-risk urban intersections, and for me, being on that risk register is a matter of real shame, actually. It's not for the work that our staff have put into improving that, but we as decision makers and governors around this table need to keep that firmly in our focus, and I'm glad to see it in our submission, so thank you for that. Also really like the strongly worded, which was a request I made also, that the funding didn't go for the big projects below Ashburton, and I felt like we were missing out. And to that point, I want to go back to my mention of project, because it astonishes me that we have a GPS and we have an agency in Wakakatahi in this day and age, that their focus is around population numbers when it comes to projects and business cases and so forth. And hopefully that is now changing with an increased concentration on increased resilience. But here we have in our city, and I'll repeat the statement so you take it in, we have the only breeding colony of northern royal albatross, the only mainland breeding colony in the world. And between the city and that breeding colony is a road that's falling into the sea. And I'm not over-dramatising that. And it's a greatly held desire by mana whenua that be addressed. And hopefully it's a greatly held desire by this council as well. So one would hope through this GPS that those kinds of situations that don't fit in neat little boxes will be taken into account, and that we will see some love down here in the lower South Island in terms of focus in funding matters going forward.
Thank you. No other speakers? All right. Would you like your right of reply, Councillor Millie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to Councillor Wiley and to Councillor Gary. Councillor Wiley comment about the regional importance. That's what the Tier 1, Tier 2 discussion we're having in this submission is about. So the Tier 1, Tier 2 stuff comes out of Statistics New Zealand, and it's extremely population-based, and it's based on growth rates. And it does not take into account any other thing in terms of the role of the city or town that you're looking at. And so we're pushing back and saying, you need to take into account that we are a lot bigger than a city of 130,000, because we service 350,000 people. We also service a massive amount of very heavy export freight, and that's not caught in a Statistics New Zealand population analysis. So we would like the Tier 1, Tier 2 to be rejigged to Level 1, Level 2, and so that a combination of your growth and your regional role. And to the high-risk intersections that Councillor Gary put up, we have been the number 1 or number 2 for probably close to 20 years. And it has become almost an intractable problem because we don't seem to know what causes it. But slowing down traffic, barns dances, those other things are all put in place and should start having an effect, but it'll take 4 or 5 years to come out. So I'm very happy with our submission on the GPS. It does a good job at justifying our regional status and trying to elevate our position in the eyes of the government. And when I say the government, I actually mean the Ministry of Transport rather than who is currently holding majority in power, because I was on this council when Labor wasn't in and National was in, and we were just as unloved back then, because it's really not necessarily coming from the political parties, it's actually coming from the administrative part of government, and it's important we just re-establish our status there. So I'm sure we'll all vote yes on this, because it's a very good submission. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Right, now we go to item 10, which is the review of gambling and TAB venue policy, and it should be page 116 in your report. And I'd like to welcome Kevin Meechan, alcohol, psychoactive substance and gambling advisor, who, are you happy to speak to your report? Do you want to speak or take any questions?
Or just take any questions.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Meacham, this covers gambling in TAB venues, and of course Class 4 gambling and pokie machines in their locations. When we look at the issue of gambling in the area, will we take into consideration anything about online gambling statistics that can be picked up around Dunedin?
No, that's a big concern nationally, and at the moment, the way you've got VPNs, virtual personal networks, and that, there's no way of actually controlling it or getting a handle on how big a problem it is. But the feeling, when you talk to Problem Gambling Foundation and Oasis and the like, it's a far bigger problem than what we could probably imagine.
Yeah, I noted Minister McNulty recently, it was 2 weeks ago, Radio New Zealand on the 31st of August, said that in Parliament that New Zealanders lose approximately 350 million per annum to offshore online gambling. I'm just wondering, you know, this document is about the physical part of gambling, not what is gambling behind closed doors. I know that's a very challenging issue for the council to do in this policy, but are they looking at any other metrics that have been, say, through problem gamblers or any other entity where we can get an identity of what's taking place?
I think Internal Affairs Department is probably the only group that could help, but certainly it's not within our overview to have any say in that.
Okay, and a question around lotto, because that's a form of gambling. Are we collecting any data about what the lotto spend in Dunedin has been over the last 5 or 6 years? And the reason I say that, because we look at how the spend has gone through the machines and the at different venues, or in summary, and then we also look at the reducing number of machines. The spend hasn't really changed from what I can see.
That data isn't available to me, but it'd be a good question to ask DIA. And those that spend is only from Class 4 machines in this area. It doesn't include lotto or offshore stuff.
Sorry, and do we have a total amount of what the Class 4 gambling puts back into the community through grant funding through the different entities? Does that get collected, or and I'm thinking through like the grants process, a lot of the submissions that are made there show that they get X amount from other entities, and some of that is Class 4 gambling. Does anybody collect that data?
Again, I think Internal Affairs probably does, but it's roughly, for every dollar that goes into a machine or lost in a machine, about a third of it goes back into communities. So, yeah, I think we've got about 4 million spent in the last 4 months. So a third of that would have come back into the community in some form.
Are there any more questions? No more questions, all right. If there's no more questions, would anyone like to move the motion? So the motion should be up on your screen. The motion is that we note the update. Councillor O'Malley will move it. Thank you for that. Notes that the update on the review of the gambling and TAB venue policy and approves the statement of proposal and gambling and TAB venue policy for consultation purposes. Is there a seconder? Councillor Gary, thank you very much. All right, does the mover wish to speak to your motion?
No, I don't, Madam Chair, but
All
others
right.
might.
Thank you. Oh, that's loud. All right, okay, thank you very much. Any other speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I was surprised at how quickly this rolled around again. It didn't seem like it was 2021 that we last did it. But as someone who frequently does put $20 or $40 into a machine on a Friday night or something like that, I do have a slight interest in this. And yes, sometimes I lose and occasionally I do get a little bit of a payout. But the key thing that I think of is I do want to encourage everybody that's involved in this community of around Class 4 gambling to actually get engaged in the submission process, because again, quite often I hear after the fact that they didn't even realise it was taking place. And again, I want to say that there is a lot of very good places and venues and good management around that, and I think that's important as well. It covers off, a lot of this is legislative to be done, and a lot of it I think is awesome to go out and see. It's also interesting to see the data we get, and I definitely would like to see a lot more information around where a lot more of the gambling dollar goes in Dunedin, because I think a lot of it is disappearing online or through lotteries, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope? No? Okay. Thank you. All right. No more speakers. Would you like your right to reply? No, that's fine. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'm now putting the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone against? Carried. Right, now we've got number 11, Animal Services Annual Report to the Department of Internal Affairs, and it should be page 138 in your report. And I'd like to welcome you. We are. Thank you, Ms. Ros McGill, and Manager Compliance Solutions. And you're happy to speak to the report?
I'm happy to
take questions. Great.
Take questions.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Has anyone got any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've got a few. First of all, in terms of on page 141, it refers to three dog owners were disqualified from owning a dog. Curious as to what sort of follow-up we have in place to ensure that those that have been disqualified aren't somehow in a position to put other dogs in harm's way.
We're always mindful, and if we are aware that there is another dog being purchased by that owner, then we would follow it up. Is that what you're meaning?
Yes, but also are they the ownership? I'm curious about the ownership as well. So there are two people in a household, one of whom has previously been disqualified. Now in another household, that household gets a dog that is technically owned by the second person in the household, but person number one, who has been disqualified presumably for abuse of some description to the dog, do we have any follow-up, any ability in that kind of scenario as well?
Yes, we can follow that up. There's a particular classification where they're not permitted to be with other dogs. So if that came to our knowledge, we would follow that up and address it.
And my other question is more about trying to understand the terminology. On page 142, when we've got the table there, we've got number 4, total number of dangerous dogs, and then we've got dangerous by sworn evidence. I understand how that works. Dangerous by admittance in writing, I get that one, but that a dog is dangerous by the owner conviction. I'm not sure how the owner being convicted of being dangerous translate to the dog. So if you could just possibly clarify that for me.
Yes, what normally happens is the dog owner will not agree with the council's decision and they will be taken to court. So the judge in the district court will actually decide that the owner, upon conviction, the dog is classified as dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's, all right, Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Ms McGillan, paragraph 22, the pound facility, there's an incident described there around a dog being removed that had been impounded from the van. Have measures been taken to prevent that happening again? Sounds like it was an isolated incident, but a bit of a aberration. But have measures been put in place?
Yes, we have electronic gates. We've had them for a while. But the person managed to sneak in. But yeah, we do follow up on those incidents and come up with corrective actions.
And so I'm assuming that was a very unusual situation for the person to be able to do that.
It's the first and only time it's happened.
Okay, if there's no other questions, would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Gilbert, thank you very much. All right, this is that the committee notes the Animal Services and Annual Report to the Department of Internal Affairs, dated as at 30 June 2023. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Okay, thank you. So are there any other speakers to the motion? No? All right, you want to exercise your right of reply? No? Lovely. All right, I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Right, we've got now number 12, demolition by neglect update, page 145 in your reports. And thank you very much. About to welcome Mr. Paul Henderson back. Now, are you all happy to take questions?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions? Might not be any. All right. If there's no questions, would anyone like to move the motion? Mr. Mayor, thank you. And seconder for that motion, Councillor Gilbert. Okay, so the motion is that the committee notes this update on demolition by neglect and notes that this report will be referred to the Heritage Action Plan Advisory Group for its consideration as it develops a draft Heritage Action Plan, noting that this group will provide updates to Council. All right, does the mover wish to speak to the motion? Anyone else want to speak? No other speakers? All right. Do you want you to wish you right a reply? No? Lovely. I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour? Carried. Any items for consideration by the chair? Anyone like to say anything? No? Lovely. All right, that's it. I'll now close the meeting with a karakia. Uno here, tupu, tupu. Kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Remove, uplift the posts in order to be free. Yes, it has been cleared. And thank you very much, everyone. That's the end of the customer regulatory meeting for today. Thank you.